Chapter 2076. This Lin Meng indeed was different from the giant blade sect person from before, who seemed honest, but was actually treacherous. He practically told Chu Mu all the not-so-secret information of the slaughter world, which was the so-called common knowledge. Chu Mu had heard about the origin of the massacre world from the shrill voice when he was in the massacre royal palace. It was a special world opened by its master. The shrill voice should be the hall spirit of the massacre royal palace. Chu Mu was not surprised to open a world. After all, he was the master of the deep blue world to a certain extent. The deep blue world was opened by the master of the deep blue world. In other words, Dominator Realm experts had the qualifications to open a world. Of course, it was qualifications and not absolute. Some dominators would choose to open a world, but most dominators would not do so because it was not that easy to open a world. After listening to Lin Meng, Chu Mu felt that he did not know how to describe the expert who opened the massacre world. Very few people knew what race the master of the massacre world was. It could be the human race or other races. However, in the massacre world he opened, there were other races other than the human race. In the massacre world, different races were divided into different cities. Human City, King Kong City, Orc City, Soldier City, etc. There were also demon cities of the demon race and god cities of the god race. There were many races in the origin world, so it was not surprising that there were cities of those races. However, the demon race and god race did not belong to the origin world. They belonged to the primal beginning demon world and absolute beginning divine world. They were the greatest enemies of the various races in the origin world. Chu Mu was very shocked when he heard this. He further realized that the master of the massacre world was not ordinary. Demon race and god race. Chu Mu's eyes flashed. When he was in the deep blue world, he once fought against the suppressed devil race puppets in the ancient sacred city, and was also invaded by the remnant soul of a god race expert. That was when he truly came into contact with the devil race and the god race, two powerful races. Later, in the sword city of the Azure Domain, he fought against the remnant soul of a great devil lord of the devil race. However, no matter what, it was not a complete demon race or god race. The presence of the demon race and the god race in the massacre world surprised Chu Mu. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel excited. It was said that the demon race and the celestial race were the darlings of the universe. They were born stronger than the other races in the origin world. They also had many experts. Chu Mu wanted to see for himself. He wanted to fight with the geniuses of the celestial race and demon race. He wanted to stain his sword with the blood of the geniuses of the two races. The cities of the various races in the slaughtering world can be divided into 3 camps. The celestial race is the first camp, the devil race is the second camp, and the humans and other races are the first camp, which is called the primordial realm camp. Within the primordial realm camp, there is competition between different races and different cities. Our human city has many geniuses, but the other cities also have many geniuses. Lin Meng said. The people in the massacre realm all entered from the massacre king hall. Chu Mu asked. After the two of them started chatting, they found a restaurant to eat and drink while they talked. It was better than foolishly talking in the square. Brother Chu entered from the massacre king hall. Lin Meng was shocked when he heard Chu Mu's words. Chu Mu did not mean to deny it. However, from Lin Meng's reaction, it seemed that there were more ways to enter the massacre realm than from the massacre king hall. Brother Chu entered the massacre realm from the massacre king hall with his cultivation of the eternal realm. This is really. Lin Meng was tongue-tied. He did not know how to continue. It seemed that entering the massacre realm from the massacre king hall was an amazing thing. After a while, Lin Meng continued, there are ways to enter the massacre realm from the massacre king hall. There are also ways to enter the massacre realm from the massacre king hall. There are also ways to enter the massacre realm from the massacre king hall. They were left behind by experts who left the massacre realm many years ago. Therefore, a portion of the people in the massacre realm are geniuses who entered from the external world. but most of them are the descendants of cultivators who entered from the external world many years ago. As long as they were living creatures, they would have descendants. No matter where they were, this was a very normal thing. If only people from the external world entered from the external world, there would not be so many people in the massacre realm. In Human City, there are thousands of families and forces. They divide the business lifelines of Human City, and so on. These are the local forces. In addition, there are some forces created by geniuses who entered from the external world. The relationships between these forces are complicated. Lin Meng said, "Our Iron Teeth Gang is one of the thousands of local forces, but our ranking is rather low. Brother Chu entered the world of killing from the Royal Massacre Palace. Once this news spreads out, the top 10 forces will all extend an olive branch to you." As he spoke, he observed Chu Mu's reaction. However, he found that Chu Mu's expression did not change at all. It was as if he did not care. Brother Chu, the top 10 forces in Human City, are all very powerful. They all have great emperors. It is said that the top 3 forces have sovereign realm experts. They are not comparable to the top 10 forces at all. Lin Meng was afraid that Chu Mu did not know how powerful the top 10 forces were, so he emphasized again, "Brother Lin, you still haven't told me the names of the top 10 forces." Chu Mu said helplessly, "I haven't told you yet." Lin Meng slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, "I will tell you now, I will tell you now. The publicly recognized number 1 force is the Heaven's Gate. The second is the Tu sect. The third is the Yuan clan." Each faction's name was known by Chu Mu. Wherever there were people, there would be conflicts. Under these conflicts, there would inevitably be groups. When groups developed, they would become factions. Factions would divide and occupy resources. The more benefits they obtained, the more conflicts there would be. This was a cycle. Lin Meng said a lot. Basically, except for the various secrets, he said everything he could. "Brother Chu, do you have any other questions?" Lin Meng drank a cup of tea and cleared his throat. "What are the benefits of entering the massacre realm?" Chu Mu asked. When he asked this question, he saw that Lin Meng was stunned. "Brother Chu, don't you know?" Lin Meng asked weakly. "If I know, I don't need to ask you," Chu Mu said lightly. "Okay. Brother Chu can be considered one of the very few people who enter the massacre realm without knowing anything." Lin Meng sighed and said seriously, "The massacre realm is a very strange world. The rules here are different from other worlds." Massacre engravings. When Lin Meng said these words, his tone became filled with endless yearning. Those who enter the massacre realm are all here for the massacre engravings. What are the massacre engravings? Chu Mu was very calm. The massacre engravings are a special power belonging to the massacre realm. It is said that they were created by the massacre realm master. Lin Meng said slowly, "When the massacre engravings are gathered to a certain extent, they will condense into massacre runes. Each massacre rune has a different effect. It can be used to increase one's strength in battle." Brother Chu, think about it. If a genius improves all aspects to the extreme, it will be very difficult for him to increase his strength without increasing his cultivation. However, if he can condense massacre runes, he can do it, Lin Meng said. Then he flipped his hand, and a book made of animal skin appeared. The massacre runes are divided into 4 levels. They are black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. I only have the method to condense black iron level massacre runes. Brother Chu, you can take a look. Chu Mu took the book and opened it. He quickly browsed through it. His powerful memory and comprehension allowed him to easily memorize the contents of the book. In less than a quarter of an hour, Chu Mu had memorized the method to condense 45 black iron-level massacre runes. Then he returned the book to Lin Meng. The lower the level of the massacre runes, the fewer massacre engravings are required to condense them. Conversely, the higher the level, the more massacre runes there are. The 45 black iron-level massacre runes in my book are only a part of the many black iron-level massacre runes. Brother Chu, if you want to know more or know the method to condense higher-level massacre runes, you can only use other methods. What are the methods? Chu Mu asked. He was interested in the so-called massacre engravings and massacre runes. You can join those big forces. Additionally, you can buy them from rune shops. However, it's said that the truly powerful massacre runes are not available at all. Lin Meng said, "Our Iron Tooth gang is only a small gang. I am only a small deacon in the gang, so I don't have much contact with people. This is basically what I know. However, if Brother Chu is willing to join our Iron Tooth gang, you will definitely be valued by our gang since you entered the world of slaughter from the King of Massacre Palace." Saying this, Lin Meng looked at Chu Mu with a very sincere look. Through the conversation with Lin Meng, Chu Mu knew that Iron Teeth Gang was just a small gang in Human City. It was not that Chu Mu looked down on Iron Teeth Gang. He just didn't want to join any big force. Everything had its pros and cons. It might be right to be valued if he joined a big force, but it also meant that he had to bear more responsibilities. "Thanks for your kindness, Brother Lin. I will remember your kindness today. However, I don't want to join any big force at the moment." Chu Mu said. All right. Lin Meng didn't invite Chu Mu again, or else it would seem that he was overestimating himself. Some things only needed to be said once. Saying it again would only make people impatient. "Brother Chu, the method to obtain the slaughter secret marks is very simple. You just have to fight and kill the target. Outside the city, there are slaughter enormous beasts that live there. Killing them will obtain the slaughter secret marks. The stronger the slaughter enormous beast, the more slaughter secret marks you will obtain and the higher the rank. Also, outside the city, not only do you have to be careful of the slaughter enormous beasts, you also have to be careful of other people. Fighting is forbidden in the city. The moment you do, the slaughter secret guards will immediately appear." Chapter 2077. Chu Mu had a large number of primal crystals and precept crystals on him, so it was easy for him to find a place to stay. After spending thousands of precept crystals, he rented a secret cultivation room. The secret room was engraved with various seals, and rich heaven and earth primal chi was constantly absorbed from all directions. It became very pure, like white smoke lingering in the secret room. "This time I will break through to the exceptional realm in one go," Chu Mu thought to himself, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. In his previous life, he had stopped at the limit of the eternal realm. Although he had used other means to reach the great holy master level, it was not his true strength. Now he had come to a new world to cultivate again, and after 2 or 3 years, he had finally reached the limit of the eternal realm. Now he was going to break through to the exceptional realm and become a peerless expert. For ordinary cultivators to become a peerless expert, they first have to reach the limit of the eternal realm, and then use their primal chi to refine the power of law. Once they have refined one of the power of law, they will be considered to have stepped into the initial stage of the exceptional realm. In terms of realm, they will directly surpass the eternal realm, and their strength will also surpass the eternal realm. But I am different. Before this, I have already integrated all kinds of sword essence, which are comparable to the power of law, into the sword principle origin. Therefore, my breakthrough is closely related to the sword principle origin. If I break through this time, I will be able to mobilize more sword principle origin, and there will be no more drawbacks. Chu Mu's heart was full of anticipation. After sitting cross-legged, he took out a large number of primal crystals and placed them around him. There were more than 100,000 of them. He closed his eyes and began to operate the truth-seeking technique. A strong suction force directly absorbed all the heaven and earth primal chi in the secret room. The pure heaven and earth primal chi in the 100,000 primal crystals was also drawn out and entered Chu Mu's body along with the pure primal chi in the secret room. The truth-seeking technique had reached its limit, and under the huge influx of power, it surged like a tidal wave, vaguely showing signs of breaking out of Chu Mu's dantian and meridians and spilling out of his body. His powerful spiritual will controlled his muscles, forcibly restraining the majestic power in his body, not letting any of it leak out. He continued to control the power in his body, tempering it over and over again. Then it surged up bit by bit and entered his spiritual world. When ordinary cultivators broke through, they would pour their origin power that had reached the extreme into their spiritual world. Then they would choose a power of law to wrap it up and temper it. After tempering it over and over again, they would step into the level of the unparalleled realm. It would usually take quite a long time. Even for an extraordinary genius, with the help of resources, it would take at least a few months to reach the exceptional realm from the eternal realm. A large amount of power that had been tempered to the extreme was the power of the truth-seeking technique, which was the fusion of essence, energy, and spirit. All of it surged into Chu Mu's spiritual world, while the natural energy from the outside kept surging into Chu Mu's body. Under the truth-seeking technique, it was refined and transformed into new power, which was constantly replenished. After the pure power of the truth-seeking technique entered the spiritual world, it rushed toward the origin of the sword path at the center. Although I don't have much of the origin of the sword path, it can be considered to have reached the level of a minor ruler. A small portion of its power is enough for the exceptional realm. I'll start tempering it from a millionth until I reach the limit. The origin of the sword path was a power that Chu Mu had refined himself. It was a power that truly belonged to him. However, because its level was too high, it exceeded Chu Mu's cultivation by far too much, so he could not use it normally. However, as long as he stepped into the exceptional realm, he could use a small portion of the power freely. In other words, freely using a small portion of the power of the origin of the sword path was a sign of stepping into the exceptional realm. The level of the origin of the sword path was extremely high. No matter how condensed the power of the truth-seeking technique was now, it could not compare at all. Fortunately, he did not need to use his own power to temper the origin of the sword path. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to temper it? It was like using water to strike a diamond. Very soon a day passed. Chu Mu had used up a large amount of the truth-seeking technique's power to temper the origin of the sword path. He did not need to temper it completely. He only needed to establish a connection between his power and the origin of the sword path. 2 days later, Chu Mu successfully established a connection with the origin of the sword path. This also meant that in the future, he could use the origin of the sword path at will. Even if he used it up, he could quickly recover it. Just the advantage of recovery allowed Chu Mu to use his power more freely without having to worry as much as before. After tempering the origin of the first origin of the sword path was completed, he began tempering the origin of the second origin of the sword path. The further he went, the more difficult it became and the longer it would take. The tempering of the second origin of the sword path took a total of 3 days to complete. The third 1/1,000,000th of the sword Dao origin took Chu Mu 4 days to refine and connect. The refinement and communication of the fourth 1/1,000,000th of sword Dao origin took Chu Mu a total of 5 days. At this point, all 100,000 top-grade yuan crystals had been absorbed, which shocked Chu Mu. 100,000 top-grade yuan crystals. The energy contained in them was astonishing, but they were all absorbed. Furthermore, it was under the condition that the qi of heaven and earth in the secret room was abundant. This meant that the consumption of tempering the origin of the sword path was astonishing. Although Chu Mu had obtained a lot of top-grade yuan crystals, he had used up a considerable portion of them before. Now that he had used up another 100,000, there was only a little left. It was not enough to use again. As for the other top-grade yuan crystals, there were some, but they were not as good as the top-grade yuan crystals. I wonder if the law crystallization can be used? Chu Mu suddenly had a thought. The law crystallization was also a kind of crystallization. It was the same kind of thing as yuan crystals, but it was much higher than yuan crystals. Other cultivators could use the corresponding law crystallization to assist in the tempering of the power of law. Chu Mu did not have the power of law, but his truth-seeking technique had the ability to refine all kinds of energy when it was created, taking out a large number of law crystallization and placing them around him. Chu Mu tried to circulate the truth-seeking technique. Sure enough, under the truth-seeking technique, the power of law in the law crystallization was also refined. The effect was more than 10 times better than the top-grade yuan crystals. The fifth origin of the sword path was once again tempered and communicated. This time it took 6 days. In this way, after spending 20 days, Chu Mu successfully tempered and communicated with 5% of the sword path origin of the sword path origin. I haven't reached the limit yet. I can continue to temper and communicate. Chu Mu was overjoyed. The higher the ratio of tempering and communicating, the more powerful the strength he could display. It took him 7 days to complete the tempering and communication of the 6th 1/1,000th of the sword Tao origin power. However, he still had not reached the limit. The tempering of the 7th 1/1,000th of the sword Tao origin energy took 8 days to complete. The 8th 1/1,000th of the sword Tao origin energy began to be refined. After 9 days, the refinement was completed. Chu Mu immediately felt that he was about to reach his limit. He could continue to temper, but it would be difficult to temper and communicate with the 9th 1/1,000th of the sword principal origin. This was his intuition. As he pondered, a light flashed past his mind, and Chu Mu thought of his own great true power. The great true power was a secret power derived from the second level of the truth-seeking technique. It was 100 times more powerful than the power of the truth-seeking technique. If he used the great true power to temper and communicate, perhaps there would be an unexpected effect. After a period of time, Chu Mu's middle dantian stored hundreds of drops of great true power. Immediately, the first drop spread throughout his body. An even more powerful force poured into the spiritual world to temper and communicate with the 9th 1/1,000th of the sword Tao origin energy. At the same time, he continued to absorb the external power to replenish the consumption of the truth-seeking technique and condensed it into great true power. After 10 days, the 9th 1/1,000th of the sword Tao origin energy was completed. It really works. After the great true power was exhausted, Chu Mu successfully tempered 9/1,000ths of the sword Tao origin energy. I feel that I can continue to temper. The 10th 1/1,000th of the sword Tao origin energy was tempered again. This time, the tempering speed was slower because the great true power had been exhausted. He could only use the truth-seeking technique to directly absorb the external power and transform it into great true power. While using the truth-seeking technique to absorb the external power and transform it into great true power, he used the great true power to temper and communicate with the 10th 1/1,000th of the sword Tao origin energy. Gradually, the efficiency became higher and higher. Even so, Chu Mu spent 20 days to successfully temper and communicate with the 10th 1/1,000th of the sword Tao origin energy. It's the limit. Chu Mu said, the tempering and communication of the 10th 1/1,000th of the sword Tao origin energy was completed rather reluctantly, and he almost failed the second refinement. The 10 1/1,000ths added up to 100,000th of the sword Tao origin energy. This meant that in the future, Chu Mu could use 100,000th of the sword Tao origin energy. 100,000th and 1/1,000th, the ratio was 10 times, but its power was not 10 times, it was more than 10 times. Chu Mu thought about it for a while. This breakthrough had brought him 2 benefits. The first benefit was that the power of the truth-seeking technique and the great true power had merged into one. In other words, the power cultivated by the truth-seeking technique in the future was directly the great true power. Of course, It also meant that the energy required for the cultivation of the truth-seeking technique had increased by 100 times. The second benefit was that the sword Tao origin energy that could only be tempered and communicated to 8 millionths of the sword Tao origin energy had reached 10 millionths. An increase of 2 millionths was an incomparably huge improvement. Chu Mu could freely use the 100,000th of the sword Tao origin energy. Even if it was consumed, it could be recovered quickly. It was not as slow as before, and even had to absorb and refine the sword Tao origin energy. After the breakthrough, Chu Mu decided to go out of the city. Chapter 2078. The human city was huge. The city walls were hundreds of meters high, like an ancient mountain sitting on the ground. It was majestic and had a sense of vicissitudes and heaviness. The huge human city had a total of 4 city gates, opened in the east, west, north, and south directions. Each gate was hundreds of meters high and tens of meters wide. It was shocking, but there was no guard as there was no need. Chu Mu walked out of the north gate. At a glance, he saw dry land. It was brown, as if it was stained with blood. Further away, there were shadows of mountains. Chu Mu used his speed and flew forward, under the first level of worlds and near at hand. Chu Mu was still astonishingly fast, even without using his sword principle origin. The slaughter behemoth was a type of beast that was unique to the slaughter world. Its body was usually very large, and its large body brought with it even more powerful and vigorous power. Therefore, the strength of the slaughter behemoth was shocking. Under normal circumstances, it would be stronger than the human race at the same level. In the slaughtering world, most of the people were natives. They were the descendants of those who entered from the outside world a long time ago. Generation after generation, they gradually developed. Naturally, like the outside world, they were uneven. There were geniuses and ordinary people, unlike those who came from the outside world. Therefore, when the cultivators in the slaughtering world went out to hunt the giant slaughtering beasts to obtain the slaughtering secret marks, they would usually form groups. Only the true geniuses could fight or even kill a giant slaughtering beast to the same level alone. The slaughtering beasts were divided into low rank, mid rank, high rank, and monarch rank. The low rank corresponded to the eternal realm. The mid rank corresponded to the exceptional realm. The high rank corresponded to the emperor realm, and the monarch rank corresponded to the sovereign realm. The giant slaughtering beasts in the slaughtering world were mostly low level, followed by middle level. It was rare to see high-level giant slaughtering beasts, let alone king-level giant slaughtering beasts. In order to correspond to the level of the cultivator, the low-level giant slaughtering beasts were divided into 12 ranks. Rank 1 to 9 corresponded to the first sky to 9th sky of the Aeon, and rank 10 to 12 corresponded to the 3 major battle powers. Among them, there was a Beast King rank, which represented the true invincibility of the Aeon realm. It was a powerful existence that could compete with an ordinary first refinement realm expert. Mid-level slaughtering beasts were divided into 9 levels. The first level to the 5th level corresponded to the first level to the 5th level. The 6th level to the 9th level corresponded to the Lesser Sacred Master, Great Sacred Master, Extreme Sacred Master, and Half-Step Great Emperor respectively. Above that was the Beast King level corresponded to the Peerless Realm. These powerful existences could even escape from a great emperor. Not long after leaving Human City, Chu Mu encountered his first slaughter behemoth. At a height of 10 meters, it was a ferocious black tiger covered in barbs. The strength of a slaughtering behemoth was usually proportional to its size. A 10-meter-long slaughtering behemoth was basically equivalent to a low-level level 10, which was equivalent to a human cultivator's Dark Star level combat strength, but it was also a bit stronger than a normal Dark Star level combat strength. Humans killed beasts, and beasts ate humans. When the slaughtering behemoth saw Chu Mu, it roared and pounced towards him. Its aura was shocking, and its murderous aura was overflowing. With an attack, its thick claws shot out 5 shocking cold lights. each of which was 1/2 meter long. They tore through the sky with shocking sharpness and murderous intent, wanting to tear Chu-Mu apart. Chu-Mu's height was not even 2 meters. Compared to this enormous black tiger covered in barbs, the difference was huge. However, there was no panic on Chu-Mu's face. The enormous claws fell, and 5 sharp cold glints were precisely 5 claws that slashed down like 5 swords. A light flashed in his eyes. He raised his left hand and pointed out a finger. The finger light was like a sword, piercing through the sky and piercing through the slaughtering behemoth's body. The huge body fell to the ground, causing the earth to shake and dust to fly. 1 finger to kill a low-level, rank 10 slaughtering behemoth. Its strength was shocking. After the slaughtering behemoth fell to the ground, its huge body released a faint light. It disappeared under Chu-Mu's eyes in a few breaths' time, leaving behind 10 iron-black auras. Each aura emitted a shocking, murderous intent. Chu-Mu grabbed the 10 iron-black auras in his hand. The auras naturally merged into Chu-Mu's palm, turning into 10 faint black marks. These were the so-called slaughtering secret runes. The dark iron-colored ones were the dark iron-level massacre secret runes, which were the lowest level of massacre secret runes. From Lin Meng's book, Chu-Mu had memorized the methods to condense 45 slaughtering runes. The lowest one required 25 slaughtering secret runes. Of course, that was also the weakest slaughtering rune. As he continued forward, he encountered another slaughtering behemoth. The slaughtering behemoth was a beast unique to the slaughtering world. Strictly speaking, it was a beast made of energy. It had no flesh and blood. It was mainly condensed from slaughtering secret runes. After it was killed, it would leave behind slaughtering secret runes, and the rest would dissipate between heaven and earth. Before long, Chu-Mu had killed several slaughtering behemoths and obtained more than 20 slaughtering secret runes. In theory, a low-level rank 1 slaughtering beast would have 1 dark iron secret rune, while a low-level rank 10 slaughtering beast would have 10 dark iron secret runes. However, killing the slaughtering behemoth would not guarantee the maximum number of slaughtering secret runes. There might only be a few or none. It all depended on luck. Let's condense a slaughtering rune first. As he spoke, Chu-Mu controlled 25 dark iron secret runes and condensed them quickly using the method he already knew. With Chu-Mu's ability, it was not difficult at all. It just required a lot of concentration. Under the control of Chu-Mu's consciousness, the 25 black slaughtering secret runes swam around and gradually intertwined with each other. Finally, they formed a thumb-sized black rune. There were 25 marks on the rune, which looked very magical. The dark iron slaughtering rune was called the Strength Rune. As the name suggested, it was a rune that could increase one's strength. Chu-Mu studied it carefully for a while. Then he controlled it with his mind and stimulated the power of the rune. The rune seemed to be burning and emitted a black light. Like a black flame, it instantly entered Chu-Mu's arm. Chu-Mu immediately felt a force spreading throughout his body. His strength was enhanced. It's about 10% stronger. Chu-Mu felt it carefully. Although he could feel that his physical strength was enhanced by 10%, it did not have any effect on Chu-Mu's strength. 10% was the lowest level of enhancement of a slaughtering rune. It was the same no matter what level of slaughtering rune it was. The dark iron slaughtering rune corresponded to the eternal realm. The bronze slaughtering rune corresponded to the exceptional realm. The silver slaughtering rune corresponded to the great emperor realm. The gold slaughtering rune corresponded to the sovereign realm. Generally speaking, the enhancement of a dark iron rune to an eternal realm expert was from 10 to 50%. The enhancement of a bronze rune was from 60 to 100%. The enhancement of a silver rune was from 20 to 11 to 15%. The enhancement of a gold rune was from 16 to 20%. These were the most basic enhancements of a single rune. This kind of enhancement was very obvious. Invincible Eternal Realm experts who received the enhancement of a dark iron slaughtering rune would become stronger. If they received the enhancement of a bronze slaughtering rune, they would become even stronger. The world of the strong was like this. Every increment in strength, speed, or any other aspect would be maximized by them. The reason why this strength rune did not enhance Chumu's strength was very simple. It was because Chumu's cultivation had already surpassed the eternal realm and reached the exceptional realm, whether it was Yuan Li, physique, or spiritual will. I have to hunt intermediate, slaughtering beasts. Chumu muttered to himself. Since the dark iron slaughtering rune was useless to him, he naturally did not care about it. The area where the intermediate slaughtering beasts were located was far away from Human City. If he encountered any slaughtering beasts along the way, he would kill them and obtain some dark iron slaughtering runes. If he saw them from afar, he would ignore them. Chumu did not expect that when he stepped into the area of the intermediate slaughtering beasts, he would meet the person who had cheated him of 500 law crystals. When the person saw Chumu, he was surprised, but immediately his surprise turned into a sinister smile. It seems that my luck is not bad today. The middle-aged man laughed, his eyes filled with killing intent. Anyone who stayed in the slaughtering world for a long time and experienced many battles and killings would be tainted with a strong, murderous aura. You just broke through to the exceptional realm not long ago. You dare to come here alone. It seems that you are very confident in your strength. There were 4 other people with the middle-aged man, forming a small team of 5. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was a 3rd refinement exceptional realm. With a glance, he could tell that Chumu's cultivation had just broken through to the exceptional realm. Among the 5 people, the highest cultivation was a 3rd refinement exceptional realm. 2 of them were 2nd refinement exceptional realm, while the other 2 were 1st refinement exceptional realm. On their chests, there was a silver saber symbol embroidered. This was the symbol of the Giant Saber sect, indicating that the 5 of them were from the Giant Saber sect. Brothers, the 500 law crystals that we ate, drank, and played not long ago were obtained from him. The middle-aged man pointed at Chumu and smiled at the other 4. I see. It just so happens that we have used up all the law crystals. Kid, lend us some more. Not much. Just 4 to 5,000 will do. The other 1st refinement exceptional realm grinned at Chumu. Kid, seeing that you have come here, you should not be weak. You must have killed some low, slaughtering beasts, right? Hand over the dark iron slaughtering runes. In my opinion, let him obediently hand over his interspatial ring. The 5 people spoke one after another, treating Chumu as a piece of meat on a chopping board. They could chop him up however they wanted. As they spoke, they seemed to subconsciously move their feet, but in reality, they were blocking all of Chumu's escape routes, making it impossible for Chumu to escape. Chapter 2079. Chumu remained indifferent as he stared coldly at the 5 people who had surrounded him. He showed no signs of fleeing at all. What kind of joke was this? There were merely 5 exceptional realm experts, and the highest was only at the 3rd refinement. How could they be qualified to make him escape? They didn't even have the qualifications to make him look them in the eye. One must know that before his cultivation broke through to the exceptional realm, he could already kill a 3rd refinement exceptional realm expert without using the sword Dao origin, let alone now. I don't care if you provoke others, but if you provoke me, you're courting death. Chumu spoke neither slowly nor quickly. His calm tone and indifferent expression seemed to be telling a fact, causing the 5 people to show astonished expressions. Ha 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 ha, it's been a long time since I've heard a joke like this. The person who had swindled 500 law crystals from Chumu laughed aloud. The other 4 people were unable to hold back their laughter as well. Since you're unwilling to hand over your space ring, I'm very sorry. Kill him. Take whatever you want. The 5 of them were ferocious. Their killing intent was startlingly dense, like invisible mist that circled around them. The middle-aged man struck out, slashing his palm at Chu Mu like a blade. It was simple but vicious, without any extra tricks. He had struck out with the sole purpose of killing his target. It was clear that although the middle-aged man's character was terrible, there was no need to doubt his strength. As expected, in a place like the slaughter world, if one did not possess sufficient strength, it was all empty talk. However, they still had not thought about what kind of enemy they were facing. Chu Mu's expression did not change in the face of the middle-aged man's vicious palm strike. He did not dodge at all and directly flicked his finger. A streak of light shot through the sky like a shooting star, piercing through space and piercing the middle-aged man's forehead. It was too fast, so fast that the middle-aged man was unable to react at all. He still had a vicious expression on his face, but a bloody hole had appeared between his eyebrows. Before the other 4 people could react, a snow-white sword light appeared before them. The sword light was chilling like frost and snow. Coldness immediately enveloped them, causing their vital energy and blood to freeze. They were unable to react at all, allowing the sword light to slash through their necks and penetrate their foreheads, shattering their souls. For kills with one sword, 5 peerless experts, with the lowest at the first refinement and the highest at the third refinement, were as weak as ants in front of Chu Mu. He killed decisively and mercilessly. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, Chu Mu had never shown mercy when facing his enemies. Even if his enemies were very weak, like ants in front of him, Chu Mu would not give them a chance. That was because this world was very mysterious. It was possible for a weak person to become strong in a short period of time. These 5 people were living people, not slaughtering beasts. After they were killed, their blood flowed down, and their arms emitted a faint light. Strands of black iron and bronze light permeated the air. They were dark iron level and bronze level slaughtering secret runes. Among them, there were also runes that emitted a bronze luster. Not bad. A smile flashed across Chu Mu's face. He directly collected the dark iron-level slaughtering secret runes and bronze-level slaughtering secret runes and slaughtering runes. There were more than 300 dark iron-level slaughtering secret runes, including the runes that Chu Mu had obtained. There were more than 500 of them. There were fewer bronze-level slaughtering secret runes, less than 100 in total, and 7 bronze-level slaughtering runes. After collecting them one by one, Chu Mu learned the names, functions, and levels of the 7 bronze-level slaughtering runes. Bronze-level slaughtering runes corresponded to exceptional realm cultivators. After using them, they could increase the power of the exceptional realm by 10% to 50%. The 10% or 50% increase was closely related to the level of the slaughtering rune. Every level of slaughtering rune could be divided into 5 levels. The first level would increase the power by 10%, the second level would increase the power by 20%, and so on. The 5th level would increase the power by 50%. Among the 7 bronze-level slaughtering runes, 4 were level 1, 3 were level 2. 1 was used to increase power, 1 was used to increase speed, 1 was used to increase origin energy, and the remaining 4 were used to increase the strength of the power of law. In other words, among the 7 bronze-level slaughtering runes, only 3 could increase Chu Mu's power. The other 4 were useless because he did not have the power of law. However, since he could not use them, he could keep them as a currency. The 5 space rings naturally became Chu Mu's spoils of war. Unfortunately, there were not many things. They were simply poor. With the spoils of war, Chu Mu continued to move forward. His current cultivation level was at the initial stage of the exceptional realm. It could be considered the initial stage of the exceptional realm's first refinement. If he wanted to continue to improve, he had to continue to refine and communicate with more sword Dao origins. Moreover, the next refinement and communication would still be in units of 1/1,000,000th. Chu Mu was very clear that after reaching the exceptional realm, it would not be so easy to improve his cultivation level. After all, Every refinement and communication with the sword Tao origins would consume a lot of energy. Even if the energy cultivated by his truth-seeking technique had directly transformed into great true energy, it would still be the same. When he made his move just now, Chu-Mu actually did not use his exceptional realm cultivation level. This was because he had to use the power of the sword Tao origins. He only used the great true energy to attack, and it was enough to instantly kill an ordinary third refinement exceptional realm expert. Even if he faced a fourth refinement exceptional realm expert, he would not be afraid. Once he used the sword Tao origins, he could kill a fifth refinement exceptional realm expert. The battle in the eternal realm belonged to the level of origin energy. It was a battle that used origin energy as the main force and origin energy as the support. In the exceptional realm, it was the opposite. The laws and origin energy became the main force, and origin energy became the support. The 20-meter-long slaughtering beast belonged to the exceptional realm. It was equivalent to the first refinement of the exceptional realm. 25 meters belonged to the second refinement of the exceptional realm. 35 meters belonged to the third refinement of the exceptional realm. 35 meters belonged to the fourth refinement of the exceptional realm. 40 meters belonged to the fifth refinement of the exceptional realm. Next was the slaughtering beast that was equivalent to the little sacred master level. It was 50 meters in size. The great sacred master level slaughtering beast was 60 meters in size. The supreme sacred master level slaughtering beast was 70 meters in size. The half-step great emperor level slaughtering beast was 80 meters in size. It was rumored that the great emperor level slaughtering beast was at least 100 meters in size. In front of Chu-Mu was a 40-meter large slaughtering beast. It looked like a black bear, and when it stood up, its terrifying aura swept out like a storm, shaking all directions. It let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth, causing even the void to tremble. Its scarlet eyes were filled with violent killing intent. The slaughtering beast was a beast unique to the slaughtering world. It was a beast that lived for battle and slaughter. When encountering a slaughtering beast, it was either you or me that would die. The black bear-like slaughtering beast did not have any fur on its body. Instead, it was covered in black scales. Each scale was the size of a millstone and shone brightly. So powerful! Chu-Mu's eyes shone with excitement. The slaughtering beast that was comparable to the fifth refinement of the exceptional realm in terms of cultivation was much more powerful than an ordinary fifth refinement of the exceptional realm. It was very close to the little sacred master level. Before Chu-Mu had reached the exceptional realm, he did not dare to say that he could kill such a powerful opponent even if he unleashed his sword-way origin power. But now his cultivation had truly reached the exceptional realm. His strength had greatly increased compared to before. This slaughtering beast could be used as a test of his strength. With the snowy night sword in his hand, the sword light flickered like frost and snow. The temperature around the sword dropped. Chu-Mu's heart beat wildly. His blood was transmitted from his heart to every part of his body. A powerful feeling surged within his body. The scarlet eyes of the slaughtering beast fell on Chu-Mu's body. It immediately gave Chu-Mu a kind of pressure. It was as if there was a thick murderous intent that could not be dispersed surging like water. It was as if there were heavy waves. A person who did not have a strong will, and a strong will would collapse on the spot under such murderous intent. Their mind would shatter and they would die. But Chu-Mu, who cultivated the truth-seeking technique, cultivated his essence, chi, and spirit at the same time. Moreover, he had coincidentally transformed into great true power. He had obtained an even more significant increase in strength, withstanding the dense, murderous intent of the slaughtering beast. He was like a reef standing tall in the middle of a stormy sea. No matter how much wind and rain hit him, he would not be shaken. On the contrary, under the continuous impact, it seemed to have the possibility of being refined and refined. Kill! With a low roar, the the murderous intent surged. Chu Mu drew his sword. A sword light tore through the sky. The dense murderous intent was completely integrated into the sword. The sword of Tao, seeking sword art, slaughtering sword. This sword was the sword with the most tyrannical, murderous intent. In theory, the slaughtering sword was the sixth move of the Tao, seeking sword technique. It was a sword that could increase the power of the sword by 6 times. But this sword had another characteristic besides the murderous intent. The more tyrannical Chu Mu's murderous intent was, the more tyrannical the murderous intent of the sword would be. In theory, there was a possibility that it could be infinitely increased. The sword light broke through the sky at an extreme speed. This was the white horse sword technique that was driven by the slaughtering sword. The white horse sword technique that had reached the half-step Great Emperor level was shockingly fast. The moment the sword was drawn, it had already pierced towards the black bear slaughtering beast. At the same time, the black bear slaughtering behemoth lifted its enormous paw and fiercely slapped towards Chu Mu. As the enormous paw slapped down, it brought with it a shocking airflow and pressure. It was like a solid wall that blocked in front of Chu Mu. It was also like a formless mountain that was pressing down, wanting to squash Chu Mu into a meat patty. In an instant, Chu Mu judged that with his sword alone, it was impossible to break through the air wall formed by the black bear slaughtering beast's paw. He had used 100,000th of the power of sword principle origin. The tyrannical power spread throughout his body, driving the great true force to surge like a tide. It was also like 10,000 horses galloping. Under the Snow Knight's sword, the astonishing air wall was suddenly torn apart. The sword light seemed to come from the 9 serenities, descending with an astonishing, murderous intent. This sword pierced straight into the black bear slaughter behemoth's head. An ear-piercing sound rang out, and countless sparks flew out. This sword unexpectedly only slightly pierced through the black bear slaughter behemoth scales and didn't cause any substantial damage. Such a defense made Chu Mu endlessly shocked. Chapter 2080. The 7th move of the Tao-seeking sword art, Wind and Cloud Dragon. The white dragon looked like it was made of ice and snow. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. With an earth-shattering roar, the white dragon, which was dozens of meters long, rushed towards the black bear killer beast with shocking power. The collision caused the earth to shatter and the void to tremble. The tyrannical power spread out in all directions. Chu Mu's body swayed and swam against the countless shockwaves like a fish swimming against the current. He approached the black bear killer beast. After being hit by the white dragon, the black bear killer beast trembled and retreated despite its huge size and strength. Chu Mu approached and raised his sword. The sword light turned blue, and a deep blue color appeared in the void. 100-meter world miniature appeared out of thin air. The 8th move of the Tao-seeking sword art, Deep Blue World. The deep blue world miniature appeared. Suppress, suppress, suppress. This move did not incorporate the white horse sword art. The white horse sword art was a sword technique that pursued extreme speed. Although every move of the Tao-seeking sword art could be used to drive other sword techniques, there were still differences. For example, the white horse sword art, which pursued speed, was naturally most compatible with the 9th move of the Tao-seeking sword art, a line of heaven and earth. The deep blue world was a tyrannical sword technique that focused on suppression. If it was used to drive the white horse sword art, its power would naturally be increased, but its suppression effect would be weakened. The 100-meter deep blue world descended and directly suppressed the black bear slaughtering behemoth's body. It caused the black bear slaughtering behemoth, which had just steadied itself, to come to a halt. For a moment, it was unable to move. Just as it was about to erupt with strength to break free of the deep blue world suppression, Chu Mu attacked again. The 9th move of the Tao-seeking sword art, a line of heaven and earth. The white horse sword art. It was a short distance and extremely fast. The sword was extremely sharp. It instantly broke through the black bear killer beast scales and penetrated it. The 40-meter black bear killer beast's huge body fell backward, causing the earth to tremble. The Snow Knight's sword's sharpness isn't enough, Chumu said to himself as he looked at the killer beast on the ground. Although the sword just now had broken through the opponent's scales, it was a little difficult. If the defense of this slaughtering behemoth scales was a little higher, then the sword would not have been able to break through it. In order to solve this drawback, he either had to increase his cultivation and strength or obtain a sharper and more powerful spirit sword. If it was a top-grade spiritual sword, it would have been easier to break through his defense, Chumu thought to himself. After the rank 5 intermediate massacre behemoth was killed, it gave Chumu 3 bronze-level massacre runes. Unfortunately, Chumu didn't know how to condense bronze-level massacre runes. Otherwise, with his current number of massacre runes, he could condense 1 or 2 more bronze-level massacre runes. Killing an intermediate stage, 5th stage, slaughtering beast isn't difficult, but I have to use most of my strength. If it was an intermediate stage, 6th stage, slaughtering beast, perhaps I could fight it. Even if I used all my strength, killing it wouldn't be impossible. Chumu thought to himself, but this was only his own guess. He wasn't sure what the truth was. Time flew by, and Chumu had stayed outside the city for 2 months. Hundreds and thousands of killer behemoths had died under his sword, and he had obtained more than 1,000 bronze-level massacre runes. It was a good fortune. It was a continuous massacre, an endless massacre. After tempering Chumu's swordsmanship, his fighting experience had increased, and his fighting skills had become more brilliant. However, it also made Chumu feel a little tired, so he temporarily returned to Human City. In addition to resting, Chumu also planned to buy some bronze-level runes condensing methods. After all, there were many ways to condense massacre runes in the massacre world, but not all of them were suitable for him. Moreover, there was a limit to how many massacre runes a person could bear. Most people could only bear the burden of 1 massacre rune. Everything had its advantages and disadvantages. Of course, massacre runes were not all good things, but if it was within the tolerance range, there would be no harm. The burden of slaughter runes was the burden of killing intent, the burden of killing intent on one's mind. The more powerful one's mind and mind was, the more slaughter runes he could bear. Conversely, the less slaughter runes he could bear. Through chatting with Lin Meng, Chumu had already known this. Most of the practitioners could only bear 1 massacre rune, and it was the corresponding level of their cultivation. Those who could bear 2 massacre runes were excellent. Those who could bear 3 massacre runes were geniuses. Those who could bear 4 massacre runes were real geniuses. And those who could bear 5 massacre runes were geniuses among geniuses. Lin Meng was a deacon of the Iron Teeth faction, which was ranked at the bottom of the thousands of forces in Human City. Therefore, he didn't know much about it. At least, he didn't know which genius had mastered more than 5 slaughter runes in Human City at the moment. Chumu had tried it himself. He had grasped the 7 slaughter runes he had obtained from killing the 5 absolute realm experts of the Giant Blade sect, but he still hadn't felt the limit. In other words, he had grasped more than 7 bronze, rank slaughter runes. It could be 8, 9, or even 10. Chumu was a very rational person, but he was also a very sharp person. The moment he thought about it, he understood that the more slaughter runes one grasped, the better. After all, the more powerful slaughter runes one grasped, the greater the burden of grasping them. Moreover, grasping the most suitable slaughter rune, even if he could only grasp one, would be better than grasping several other slaughter runes. Therefore, the main purpose of his return to Human City was to buy the method of condensing bronze-level massacre runes and find the most suitable one for himself. His position was that of a sword cultivator, so the slaughter runes he needed to find were naturally the most suitable slaughter runes for sword cultivators. However, his situation was different from normal sword cultivators, so finding a slaughter rune suitable for him would probably not be an easy task. At least, Chumu had already made his preparations. Not long after returning to Human City, Chu Mu heard a piece of news on the way to the rune shop. The massacre shrine had been opened. The massacre shrine. Chu Mu's heart skipped a beat. He immediately changed his direction and headed in the direction of the so-called massacre shrine. He had already learned about the massacre shrine from Lin Meng. Every city in the massacre world had a massacre shrine. It was just that the massacre shrine was usually closed. However, when it was opened, missions would be issued. It was said that as long as one accepted the missions inside and completed them, they would be rewarded with some rare massacre runes. Rare slaughter runes were naturally rarer and more powerful than the slaughter runes in the outside world. Many people were scrambling for them. The massacre shrine was a black-red palace that was several hundred meters tall. It was majestic, but it also had a kind of protrusion that was like a sword. It was said that different massacre shrines in different cities had different appearances. When Chu Mu arrived outside the massacre shrine, many people had already gathered. Most of them were exceptional realm cultivators. They were constantly pouring into the massacre shrine. No one dared to cause any conflict. They all entered according to the order they came. Otherwise, if they attracted the attention of the massacre secret guardians, it would not be a good thing. Chu Mu followed the flow of people into the massacre shrine. The shrine was extremely spacious. The people who had entered before were scattered everywhere. It was not crowded at all, other than the door. The 3 walls of the temple seemed to be made of crystal plates. Lines of text were displayed, one after another. Each line of text was a mission. The name of the mission, the general content of the mission, and the time limit of the mission were all clearly marked. Chu Mu was not in a hurry to choose a mission. Instead, he quickly glanced over it. With his photographic memory, he quickly read and understood as much as he could. The missions on the front wall were all unique missions. Once they were accepted, no one else could accept them. The missions on the left and right walls were missions that could be accepted by many people. The missions had a time limit. If one could not complete them, they would receive a corresponding punishment. The punishment for unique missions was usually more severe. On the other hand, the punishment for normal missions was more ordinary. No one dared to accept a mission casually. Instead, they looked at it carefully and weighed the pros and cons before making a decision. Chu Mu was also thinking and choosing. Soon, he chose the first mission. Leave your name on the Sword Cliff. The Sword Cliff was a cliff within the boundary of Human City. It was said that the Massacre World Master had split the cliff with a sword. One side of the cliff was rough, while the other side was straight and smooth. The mission of Leave Your Name on the Sword Cliff was to carve your name on the smooth and straight side. If you succeeded, you would receive a reward. If you failed, you would receive a corresponding punishment. The way to accept the mission was very simple. You just had to use your own power to laser the name of the mission. After Chu Mu accepted the mission of Leave Your Name on the Sword Cliff and the punishment for failure appeared in his mind. If he failed, his overall strength would be weakened by 30% for a year. This punishment is really severe. Chu Mu thought to himself, a 30% reduction in overall strength would completely turn a strong person into a weak person. Basically, people could only obediently stay in a relatively safe place for a year. As for what kind of rune reward he would receive after completing the mission of Leave Your Name on the Sword Cliff, it was unknown. The time to complete it was within 3 months. For the second mission, Chu Mu chose to be listed on Human City's massacre ranking list. This was also a mission that could be accepted by many people. There were only 1,000 names on the massacre ranking list in Human City. The requirement was that cultivators under 100 years old were qualified to be listed on it. Those who were already on the ranking list could not accept it. The time to complete it was 10 years. After accepting the mission, the punishment also appeared. If one failed, they would receive a direct punishment of one's cultivation level. It was a direct punishment, not a temporary one. No doubt, it was very serious and very exciting. Chapter 2081. Chu Mu estimated his own strength. After accepting a few missions, he quickly left the massacre divine palace. He didn't even go to the rune store. Instead, he directly left the human city. Among the missions he had chosen, the one with the shortest time limit was the one to leave his name on the sword cliff. Therefore, he had to be the first to complete it. It was better to get the reward as soon as possible. Apart from Chu Mu, there were many others who had chosen to leave their name on the sword cliff. The time limit was also 3 months. Therefore, they all set off immediately. Most people could accept the mission, but those who had already left their name on the sword cliff couldn't accept it. The sword cliff was located in the boundary of the human city. It could also be said that it was located at the edge of the human city. If a peerless expert traveled at full speed from the human city, theoretically, they could reach the sword cliff in half a month. However, the problem was that on the way to the sword cliff, they would have to pass through the territory of the low-level slaughtering beasts, and then the territory of the mid-level slaughtering beasts. If the route was slightly off, or if they were unlucky, they might even encounter high-level slaughtering beasts. High-level slaughtering beasts were monarch-level slaughtering beasts. Once a peerless expert encountered one, there was an 80 to 90% chance that they would be killed and turned into nutrients for the slaughtering beasts. Therefore, although it sounded like a lot of time to reach the sword cliff from the human city, in 3 months, it wasn't. Along the way, they would encounter many slaughtering beasts. There was no need to worry about the low-level slaughtering beasts, but they had to pay attention to the mid-level slaughtering beasts, especially those that had surpassed the 5th rank. Hey, friend, did you also accept the mission to leave your name on the sword cliff? Not long after they left the human city, someone came to Chu Mu's side and asked. Yes, Chu Mu looked back. It was a young man with a smile on his face. He gave off a good impression at first glance. My name is Ming Jing. What's your name? The young man caught up with Chu Mu and walked side by side with Chu Mu. Chu Wangting. Chu Mu said, giving the name he used in the slaughtering royal palace. After all, the slaughtering royal palace was connected to the slaughtering world. Who knew if the slaughtering royal palace would send some information about him into the slaughtering world when he entered? Chu Royal Court, a good name. Just hearing it gives off the aura of a king. Ming Jing said, smoothly, look at Brother Chu. His temperament is extraordinary. He must be a dragon among men. Chu Mu couldn't help but be speechless. Not only was this person friendly, but he also had a glib tongue. What advice does Brother Ming Jing have for me? Chu Mu asked. I wouldn't dare to give you advice. I just want to find a companion to accompany me to the sword cliff so that I won't be bored on the way. Ming Jing grinned. From now on, we'll be companions once we reach the sword cliff. Chu Mu felt that this person's skin must be very thick. Perhaps he could even defend against a Snow Knight sword. After that, Chu Mu began to regret his decision. If he had known earlier, he would have resolutely rejected the idea of going together with the other party, even though he didn't know if he would succeed. Brother Chu, which domain did you come from? How old is Brother Chu? Is Brother Chu betrothed yet? What kind of woman does Brother Chu like? Brother Chu, I have a younger sister. She's extremely beautiful and peerlessly beautiful. How about I introduce her to you? Chu Mu decided to ignore the other party, but the other party kept talking. He finally understood why the other party wanted someone to accompany him. The low-level slaughtering beasts discovered Chu Mu and Ming Jing and immediately charged over. Ming Jing spoke endlessly as he casually waved his hand. Sword Qi shot out, instantly killing the low-level slaughtering beasts one after another. Ming Jing's cultivation was even higher than Chu Mu's. He was a peerless second refinement. Chu Mu could see that his strength was even higher than his cultivation. He was a genius, but he didn't know exactly how strong he was. Only when Ming Jing used most of his strength would he be able to tell. Soon, the two of them entered the area of the mid-level slaughtering beasts. The slaughtering beasts in the periphery of the mid-level slaughtering beasts were mostly rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3. Mingjing would occasionally attack and kill the mid-level slaughtering beasts. 3 slaughtering beasts surrounded them from 3 directions. Mingjing directly took down 2 of them, while the remaining rank 3 slaughtering beast charged at Chumu. A frosty sword light flashed and pierced through the mid-level rank 3 slaughtering beast, killing it in 1 strike. Mingjing also killed the other 2 mid-level rank 3 slaughtering beasts. He glanced at Chumu's sword from the corner of his eye and was secretly shocked. He could see that Chumu's cultivation was at the early stage of the first refinement of the exceptional realm. However, he was able to kill a mid-level rank 3 slaughtering beast with 1 strike. He was able to easily kill a mid-level rank 3 slaughtering beast that was 2 whole levels higher. This meant that Chumu's strength was several times stronger than an ordinary 3rd refinement exceptional realm expert. He might even be comparable to an ordinary 4th refinement exceptional realm expert. My eyesight is really good. I can find a genius that isn't inferior to me just by randomly finding a partner. Mingjing said narcissistically, "It seems that I should really introduce my sister to you." Chumu's body trembled for no reason. He subconsciously looked at Mingjing. He just happened to see Mingjing's shining eyes. He knew that Mingjing was thinking about something. When Mingjing saw Chumu kill a mid-level rank 3 slaughtering beast with 1 strike at the early stage of the first refinement of the exceptional realm, she estimated Chumu's strength. When Chumu saw Mingjing kill 2 mid-level rank 3 slaughtering beasts with 1 strike, he also secretly estimated Mingjing's strength. He came to the conclusion that Mingjing's strength was probably at the level of the 4th refinement exceptional realm, or perhaps even stronger. Thinking back, it made sense. Only a true genius would dare to take on a mission like leaving their name on the sword cliff. Otherwise, they would just be looking for trouble. If they weren't careful, they might even die on the way. Along the way, other than Chumu and Mingjing's team, there were many other teams formed by geniuses. There were groups of 3, 4, or 5 people. "Oh, Mingjing, you've actually found another person. Did you make the last one go crazy?" When they met a 3-person team, one of them saw Mingjing and sneered. It was a handsome young man with long hair that reached his shoulders. Behind him was a man and a woman. Then this person looked at Chumu. "Pitiful guy, I advise you to leave Mingjing as soon as possible. Otherwise, that mouth of his will definitely give you nightmares. You won't even be able to concentrate on your cultivation. Who knows when you'll suffer from cultivation deviation," this person said to Chumu. It sounded like he was trying to persuade him, but at the same time he was trying to drive a wedge between them. Chumu didn't say anything. He noticed that after this person appeared, Mingjing's expression became a little ugly. Although it was only for a moment, Chumu firmly believed that he hadn't seen wrong. "It looks like there must be some deep conflict between Mingjing and this person," Chumu said to himself. However, this had nothing to do with him. You too still don't know what kind of person this person is. Be careful. You don't even know when you'll be sold. Mingjing ignored this person and instead spoke to the man and woman behind him. A dark look flashed across the man's face. Clearly, he understood Mingjing, and Mingjing understood him. "Nonsense, senior brother. He isn't that kind of person. He's definitely more reliable than you." The man didn't react, but the woman retorted as if she had been provoked. This was just a small interlude on their journey to Sword Cliff. They had been at each other's throats for a while, but they hadn't attacked. This was because Mingjing wasn't confident in killing this person, and the other person wasn't confident in killing Mingjing either. Since that was the case, what was the point of killing the others? They continued forward. Mingjing became much quieter, completely different from her previous behavior. Chumu knew that Mingjing must have a lot on her mind, and it was related to the man surnamed Yi. However, he and Mingjing had only met by chance. They couldn't even be considered friends. so he naturally wouldn't ask too much. Even if he did ask, Ming Jing might not tell him. Ming Jing didn't say anything, so Chu Mu's ears naturally became much quieter. The two of them hurried forward. Along the way, they were attacked by mid-level slaughtering beasts from time to time, but they were killed by them. However, Chu Mu didn't even have the chance to attack. The mid-level slaughtering beasts died under Ming Jing's sword, as if they were venting their anger. Mid-level slaughtering beasts could be divided into 9 ranks and the invincible king rank. They encountered a mid-level 5th rank slaughtering beast. Ming Jing erupted with her true strength. Her sword technique was incomparably sharp, and her killing intent was astonishing. Every strike was ruthless, completely different from her previous attacks. This was her true strength, and this was the sword technique she had truly cultivated. Chu Mu didn't attack. He just watched from the side. This mid-level 5th rank slaughtering beast was about the same strength as the black bear he had killed before. It could be seen that Ming Jing's cultivation was at the 2nd refinement of the exceptional realm, but her true strength had reached the 5th refinement of the exceptional realm. She unleashed her full strength. Her sword technique was incomparably sharp, and her killing intent was astonishing. She fought fiercely with the mid-level 5th rank slaughtering beast. After 100 moves, Ming Jing killed the mid-level 5th rank slaughtering beast. She's a relatively strong 5th refinement beast. She's not even a little sacred master, Chu Mu thought. Her strength was about the same as his current strength. Of course, it was also because his cultivation was 1 level lower than Ming Jing's. If they were at the same cultivation, Chu Mu's cultivation would definitely be stronger than Ming Jing's. However, it was also the first time Chu Mu had encountered such a genius cultivator. She was definitely a rare genius to be able to display the strength of the 5th refinement of the exceptional realm at the 2nd refinement of the exceptional realm. She was much more of a genius than the Azure Holy Sun and the sword of Gojoseon from the Scarlet Red region's Scarlet Flame region. The difference between each refinement of the exceptional realm was definitely much greater than the difference between each heavenly layer of the eternal realm. Therefore, it was very difficult for a genius who could fight across 3 heavenly layers in the eternal realm to fight across 2 heavenly layers after entering the exceptional realm. After killing the mid-level 5th rank slaughtering beast, Ming Jing's anger seemed to have mostly been vented. "Brother Chu, have you been stunned by my valiant appearance? Have you been frightened by my strength?" Ming Jing giggled as she spoke in an infuriating manner. "Yes, I didn't expect Brother Ming Jing's 2nd refinement to have the strength of the 5th refinement. You're really too strong and shocking. Where did Brother Ming Jing come from?" Chu Mu smiled. "I'm from the Great Sky region. I'm the top genius of the Great Sky region. How about it? You'll feel very honored to be my brother-in-law," Ming Jing said with a smug look. Chapter 2082. The Great Sky Domain was one of the few high-level domains in the Origin Source realm. Not only were the higher-level domains more vast, but the concentration and purity of the world's Yuan Qi was far greater than that of the lower-level domains. The Great Tao was also more complete. The people who fought in the higher-level domains were often more outstanding than those in the lower-level domains, with the exception of a few rare exceptions. A high-level cultivation environment and nourishment over a long period of time naturally created a group of even more talented people. This was the reason why it was said that it was difficult to raise a true dragon in shallow water. A true dragon could only grow and roam freely in the vast and deep ocean. This was also why many geniuses from low-level domains would often leave low-level domains for middle-level domains, or even high-level domains after reaching a certain level. This was because they could only obtain better resources and opportunities in higher-level domains to improve themselves better. Geniuses born in high-level domains would receive better grooming and enjoy better resources from a young age. They would constantly improve their own potential, allowing them to grow step by step and surpass their peers. Ming Jing was one of them, and so was the man with the surname Yi. They could be considered the top batch of geniuses in the Great Sky domain. They would not be inferior even if they were placed in other high-level domains. Chu Mu and Ming Jing set off from Human City. It took them more than a month to reach the Sword Cliff. The first half of the journey could be said to be unimpeded, but the second half was dangerous from time to time, especially towards the end. They encountered several dangers that they could not withstand. Fortunately, both of them were strong and had good luck, so they were able to avoid them. The Sword Cliff was 99 feet high. One side of the cliff was rough and steep, while the other side was straight and smooth, as if it had been split open by a giant sword. When Chu Mu and Ming Jing arrived at the Sword Cliff, they were shocked by the Sword Cliff from afar. 99 feet was not high at all, but the Sword Cliff contained a very special aura. It was 99 feet high, but it gave off an aura of 99,999 feet. It was enough to make anyone appear insignificant in front of it, even great emperor experts. The people who came here were basically all geniuses. They more or less had the strength to challenge those of a higher realm. Their cultivation bases were almost all at the supreme realm. Chu Mu saw that there was someone walking to the bottom of the Sword Cliff. After accumulating his strength, he suddenly erupted and soared into the sky, heading straight for the top of the Sword Cliff. It was as though there was a huge pressure suppressing this person, causing his speed to decrease and greatly hindered. Just as he was about to stop, he let out a loud roar, and his strength exploded for the second time, forcibly breaking through the pressure and rising another 10 feet or so. Following that, the sword light poured down like a torrential rain, pouring down on the Sword Cliff, but his body could not maintain its balance and fell straight down. Failure! This person did not succeed in leaving his name on the Sword Cliff. Although he could come a second time, he would have to wait for a month. Calculating the time, there was still more than a month before the time limit for completing the mission, which meant that this person still had one more chance. One failure did not dampen the fighting spirit of the others. Immediately, a second person stepped forward. One after another, after failing 10 times in a row, everyone realized that it was not so easy to leave one's name on the Sword Cliff. Chu Mu carefully observed and saw some things. First, the Sword Cliff had to have a unique power that would suppress those who wanted to leave their name. The strength of the suppression seemed to be closely related to one's cultivation. In other words, the suppression of the Sword Cliff was not fixed, but would be adjusted according to each person. Second, when attacking, one had to be powerful enough and fast enough. One also had to have a good grasp of the rhythm. Otherwise, no matter how high one went, it would be difficult to leave one's name on the Sword Cliff. Third, one had to have enough strength and act according to one's ability. According to his analysis, the final reward for leaving one's name on the Sword Cliff was closely related to how high one's name was. Chu Mu could clearly see that on the Sword Cliff at 99 feet, from the lowest to the highest, there were thousands of names, but the highest was only at 89 feet. That name was shining with a dazzling golden light. Chu Huangji. Brother Chu, look, the person in first place is actually from your family, Ming Jing said with a smile. Chu Mu was a little surprised, but he did not think much of it. It was just someone with the same surname. However, he was very interested in this Chu Huangji. To be able to obtain first place on the Sword Cliff meant that he had a great potential. To leave one's name on the Sword Cliff, everyone had to show their true strength. Otherwise, even if one wanted to take advantage of the situation and leave one's name at the foot of the Sword Cliff, they would not be able to do it. The Sword Cliff seemed to have a mind of its own. It would directly suppress those who tried to take advantage of the situation and leave them in a sorry state. Ming Jing, you actually didn't die on the way here. The man surnamed Yi appeared again. I won't die even if you die. A cold light flashed through Ming Jing's eyes. How about it? Are you interested in competing to see who can leave their name higher on the Sword Cliff? The young man surnamed Yi laughed coldly. His sharp gaze moved from Chu Mu's face to Ming Jing's face, as he spoke with a smile that wasn't a smile. "All right, whoever loses will commit suicide on the spot," Ming Jing said without any hesitation. "Hee, you and I are both people with status. There's no point in playing this kind of game." The man surnamed Yi did not seem surprised at all. "According to my speculation, the reward for leaving one's name on the sword cliff might be a rare, growth-type rune. At that time, one would need a large number of massacre runes to nurture it. How about this? If you lose, give me 1,000 bronze massacre runes. If I lose, I'll also give you 1,000 bronze massacre runes." In the end, as if to show his magnanimity, he glanced at Chu Mu and said, "You can also participate as a companion. As long as one of you can leave a name higher than mine on the sword cliff, it'll be my loss. Prepare to obediently hand over 1,000 bronze massacre runes," Chu Mu said. He could see that every time Ming Jing met this man surnamed Yi, her emotions would change and become somewhat unstable. "I'll go first," Ming Jing said, her tone somewhat cold. Ming Jing walked towards the bottom of the sword cliff, step by step. With every step, her power would circulate and be mobilized. Her aura constantly condensed, and a powerful pressure filled her body. When he arrived at the foot of the cliff, Ming Jing did not stop at all. With a bang, he soared straight into the sky. His feet continued to take steps in the air, and the air became like stairs that allowed his body to continue to ascend. The higher she went, the greater the pressure seemed to be. Ming Jing's speed also continuously decreased. When she felt that it was about time, Ming Jing unsheathed her sword. Sword light was incomparably sharp. It tore through the sky and struck the sword cliff. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ming Jing seemed to be using a sword technique, using it to carve her name on the sword cliff. When the last stroke was completed, Ming Jing's body also descended. It was very dangerous. When she landed, Ming Jing raised her head and stared at her name on the sword cliff. She could not help but feel somewhat nervous. Her name was definitely on the sword cliff, but it was hard to say how high she would go. Ming Jing was not the only one who was nervous. The man surnamed Yi was also very nervous. However, he was very shrewd, so he did not show it. He knew very well that Ming Jing was a genius who was not inferior to him in the slightest. The two words Ming Jing on the sword cliff shone brightly, attracting everyone's attention. Immediately after, the two words Ming Jing moved to a height of 800 feet to 890 feet. Leaving one's name on the sword cliff was actually a test of one's potential. How could this potential be displayed? The height of one's leap, the strength and stability of one's attack, the rhythm and timing of one's attack, the depth of one's name, and so on. Under everyone's gazes, and under the nervous gazes of Ming Jing and the man surnamed Yi, Ming Jing's name finally landed at 850 feet. There were 15 names above her name. In other words, since ancient times, there had been a total of 15 people who had left their names on the sword cliff whose potential exceeded Ming Jing's. Of course, this did not mean that there were only 15 people in the entire origin realm whose potential exceeded Ming Jing's. After all, the geniuses who had entered the massacre world were only a portion of the human race. However, being able to reach 16th place was enough to show Ming Jing's astonishing potential. Chu Mu could tell that she was a little lacking. Yes, Ming Jing's state back, then, was a little lacking. Perhaps she had been affected by the man surnamed Yi. Otherwise, if she had performed better, her ranking might have risen by another rank. The difference of one rank could sometimes have a huge impact, but it was a fact that she had left her name behind, unless it was repeated a month later. Ming Jing, watch how I suppress you. The corner of the man surnamed Ye's mouth curled into a sneer as he strode forward. His figure was like the wind and lightning, extremely fast. His aura rose steadily, and when he reached the bottom of the sword cliff, his aura reached its strongest state. As if there was a thunderous explosion, the man surnamed Yi turned into a bolt of lightning and soared into the sky. His speed was astonishingly fast, and his explosive power was unparalleled. In an instant, the man surnamed Yi rushed to a height of 500 feet. This was like a natural chasm that was difficult to break through. He could not continue rising and could only attack with his sword. Yes, this man surnamed Yi was also a sword cultivator. The human race in the Source realm had the largest population of sword cultivators, and they also had the most inheritances of sword cultivators. Therefore, most of the human geniuses in the Source realm practiced swordsmanship. The man surnamed Yi attacked with his sword. His sword was different from Mingjing's. It had a domineering aura and a thunderous, destructive aura. The sword light shone like a thunderbolt, illuminating the surroundings in an instant, making it difficult for people to look at it directly. Soon, 3 words appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yi Jingyun. It sounded like a very imposing name. The man surnamed Yi landed, and the name Yi Jingyun emitted an astonishing light. It seemed to be kinder than Mingjing's light. Immediately after, the name Yi Jingyun also landed between 80 and 89 feet, but it was unknown where it would land. Chapter 2083. 3 words, 1 name. Radiance flickered as they slowly descended. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Chu Mu glanced at Mingjing from the corner of his eye. Mingjing's pale white hands were clenched into fists. In Mingjing's opinion, this was the moment that would decide the outcome of this battle. Although 1,000 bronze massacre secret runes wasn't a small amount, he could still afford it. The main reason was that if he lost, he would be constantly suppressed by Yi Jingyun. Mingjing absolutely couldn't allow that to happen. He and Yi Jingyun had an undying hatred for each other. Unfortunately, his current strength wasn't enough to kill Yi Jingyun, which was why he had held himself back. His enemy was right in front of him, but he had no choice but to resist the urge to attack. It was a kind of torment, a kind of torture. Because of this, he forced himself to act like a heartless person and become a chatterbox. He used this method to temporarily forget the hatred in his heart. However, every time he saw Yi Jingyun, his emotions would fluctuate greatly and he would almost lose control of himself. Yi Jingyun also understood this. Hence, he kept attacking Mingjing. He knew that his strength wasn't inferior to Mingjing's, but it would be very difficult for him to kill Mingjing. Hence, he didn't make a move. Both sides were waiting for a suitable opportunity. That would be the time to decide life and death. When Yi Jingyun's name finally fell, Mingjing's body swayed, and his face instantly turned pale. Yi Jingyun, on the other hand, let out a complacent laugh. 14th place. Yes, Yi Jingyun's name had appeared at the 14th place, suppressing Mingjing's name. If Mingjing's condition hadn't been affected in the slightest, he might have been able to compete with Yi Jingyun. Unfortunately, his emotions had been affected by Yi Jingyun, causing him to become unstable. This caused his performance to be slightly off. The consequences of a slight influence were obvious. Mingjing, you've lost, Yi Jingyun said as he turned and walked towards Mingjing. He didn't take Chumu seriously at all. In Yi Jingyun's opinion, geniuses of their level were already very rare. It wasn't easy to encounter one, let alone someone more talented than them. Don't worry, I'm still here. Chu Mu stepped forward, walking towards the sword cliff, step by step. Let's take a look. Yi Jingyun said with a smile, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Mingjing looked deeply at Chu Mu. She remained silent, but her fingernails dug into her palms. You dare to compare yourself to senior brother Yi? Yi Jingyun's woman mocked and ridiculed Chu Mu. But Chu Mu ignored her as if he did not hear her. Everyone's gaze fell on Chu Mu. They had all heard the exchange between Yi Jingyun and Mingjing. Chu Mu's footsteps seemed to be slow, but at the same time it was fast. Very soon, he reached the bottom of the sword cliff. The truth-seeking technique had long been activated. Great true power filled his entire body. The origin of the 100,000th of the sword Tao was also flourishing. Shao Chen exerted force in his legs, and his strength erupted. He struck the ground, and his body soared into the sky like a rocket. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of 500 feet. So fast! This person's cultivation is not high, but his speed is so fast. It's too shocking. Yi Jingyun and Ming Jing's expressions changed greatly, but their feelings were completely different. At 500 feet, Chu Mu felt that the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. It kept crashing down from the sky, trying to knock his body down to the ground. However, Chu Mu's strength erupted a second time. He charged upwards again, reaching a height of 700 feet. But this was not enough. The third time, he reached a height of 800 feet. Then his feet stepped on the void as if there were stairs beneath his feet. Sky climbing stairs. Step by step, he quickly reached a height of 850 feet. This had already surpassed the height of Ming Jing and Yi Jingyun. Yi Jingyun's right hand clenched into a fist. Ming Jing's eyes flashed with excitement. So high. If his name is not bad, he may even be in the top 10. Even if he reaches a high height, he may not be able to leave his name. The woman who was with Yi Jingyun mocked again. In the past, this kind of situation had happened before. However, most of the time, it was because they had used their strength to reach a high height. As a result, they had not been able to leave their name successfully and had failed at the last moment. However, 850 feet was not Chu Mu's final height. His body continued to climb. 860 feet. 870 feet. Everyone held their breaths, as if they were afraid of disturbing Chu Mu. However, they all stared with wide eyes, their faces full of shock. 880 feet. 890 feet. This height was enough to suppress countless geniuses. If he could leave his name successfully, he would at least be in the top 5. Yi Jingyun's left hand clenched. He wanted to attack with his sword. He did not want to kill his opponent, but at least he wanted to disturb his opponent and prevent him from leaving his name. However, he could not do so in front of so many people. The woman who was with Yi Jingyun suddenly attacked. She lowered her right hand and bent her fingers slightly. She quickly flicked her finger. A ray of light shot out like sword chi towards Chu Mu. It was so fast that Ming Jing could not react in time. Despicable. Ming Jing was furious. The ray of light had already shot towards Chu Mu. Strangely, the ray of light was not suppressed by the power of the sword cliff. In fact, it was not affected at all. It was as if the sword cliff would not care about such a thing, or perhaps they did not have the ability to distinguish. In short, the ray of light was already closing in on Chu Mu. Under normal circumstances, it would definitely be disturbed, which would cause the fluctuation of one's power to become unstable and ultimately lead to failure. Chu Mu's ability to adapt to the situation was fully demonstrated. A ray of sword light descended like frost, directly shattering the ray of light. Then he cleverly used the impact of the collision between the sword and the ray of light to fuse with his own power, causing his body to rise higher again. 900 feet. This was a new height, a height that made one's blood boil. Ming Jing clenched her fists, her face flushed red, and her heart was filled with excitement. The frost-like sword light bloomed high up in the sky like a blooming ice lotus. It was beautiful and magnificent. It was a strange phenomenon caused by the speed of the sword. It was also a strange phenomenon caused by an extremely high level of swordsmanship. The sword light swirled in the air. It seemed like 1,000 years, but it was also only an instant. The frost-like sword light vanished, and the ice lotus faded. In the end, it dissipated into the air, and Chu Mu's figure descended. The 3 words Chu Imperial Court exploded with light, incomparably resplendent, surpassing any other name in the past. He'll definitely be in the top 3. He might even be in the top 2. First, perhaps he can fight for first place. The first place was so frightening that it made one's heart tremble. Chu Huangji had already been in first place for 1,000 years. Every year, many geniuses would come here to leave their names, but no one had ever been able to surpass Chu Huangji, let alone surpassing him. No one had even managed to tie with him. The difference between second place and Chu Huangji was a full 5 feet. That 5 feet was like a heavenly moat. For 1,000 years, countless people had challenged it, but no one had been able to surpass it. Would he be able to do it this time? Everyone was looking forward to it, but their hearts were filled with complicated emotions. They wanted to see it, but they also didn't want to see it. Chu Huangji had already suppressed so many geniuses for 1,000 years. If another one appeared, how would these geniuses feel? Especially if this person was called Chu Imperial Court and also had the surname Chu. The 3 shimmering words of Chu Imperial Court finally landed on the mirror-like sword cliff. The place where they landed caused everyone's eyes to widen. Their breathing became rapid, and their chests rose and fell rapidly like bellows. Impossible! Yi Jingyun exclaimed in a low voice. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This guy? No! I must introduce my sister to him and make him my brother-in-law, Mingjing muttered to herself, but her tone became more and more certain. First place. Yes, the place where Chu Imperial Court's name landed was exactly 500 feet, directly above Chu Huangji's name. Moreover, there was a gap of 10 feet between them. Looking at all the names below, there were at least 1,000 of them. The biggest gap was only 5 feet between Chu Huangji and the name below him. The other names were less than a quarter of a foot apart. Now, only Chu Imperial Court's name was above Chu Huangji's name, a gap of more than 10 feet. A gap of 10 feet was undoubtedly very obvious. It was like a super heavenly moat, as far as the distance between them was as great as an entire world. Some people cried on the spot. One Chu Huangji had suppressed countless geniuses for 1,000 years. Now, another Chu Imperial Court had appeared, a height that surpassed Chu Huangji's by 10 feet. Was he planning to suppress the other geniuses for 10,000 years? Too savage, Mingjing couldn't help but say. Originally, she thought that Chu Imperial Court was inferior to her. At best, they were barely on par. She hadn't expected that she was far inferior to Chu Imperial Court. Those who had personally experienced the sword cliff knew very well how difficult it was to climb a height of 90 feet. Surpassing the past and present, this was the only word that everyone present could think of. It was the most appropriate word to describe the scene before them. 90 feet! Chu Mu withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. Although he felt a little dissatisfied, this was the height that he could reach with all his strength. Of course, if he had exploded with more sword principal source power, perhaps the height would have been higher. However, there was no need for that. 90 feet was already above the original first place, a full 10 feet higher. It was estimated that before the end of the task, no one would surpass him. Even if there was, he would have a second chance to attack. Turning around, Chu Mu smiled and glanced at the woman who had sneakily attacked him. His calm gaze made the woman tremble involuntarily and her heart turn cold. Immediately, Chu Mu's gaze fell on Yi Jingyun's face. I think you will admit defeat, Chu Mu said to Yi Jingyun unhurriedly. Yi Jingyun left behind 1,000 bronze-level massacre sigils and turned to leave with a pale face. He was afraid that he would go crazy if he stayed. Chapter 2084. Of the 1,000 bronze slaughter runes, Chu Mu only took 500 and gave the other 500 to Mingjing. However, Mingjing refused to accept it at first, but she later changed her mind. All right, I'll treat these 500 bronze massacre secret runes as a gift from you to me, your brother-in-law, Mingjing said shamelessly. Hand it over, Chu Mu demanded rudely, his expression darkening. You're shameless enough to take back a gift you've already given me? Your face can definitely withstand an emperor's attack, Mingjing mocked. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I'm going to move on to my next mission, Chu Mu said. If he continued to argue, Who knew what world he would end up in? What mission? Mingjing asked. Kill 10 people from both the god and demon races, Chumu said. All right. My next mission is different from yours. It seems we'll have to part ways for now, but that's fine. I have high hopes for you, brother-in-law. We'll meet again in Human City. Mingjing patted Chumu's shoulder and spoke sincerely. Without waiting for Chumu's response, her figure flashed and she immediately left. Chumu shook his head, speechless. However, he paid her no mind and headed in another direction. He hadn't received his reward yet, as there was still over a month before the mission ended. Only after the mission ended would he receive his reward according to his final ranking. Chumu estimated that no one would be able to surpass him in the next month or so. Not long after Chumu and Mingjing left Sword Cliff, 2 more figures arrived. One was a youth, and the other was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's aura felt as vast as the sea. He was definitely an expert who had surpassed the exceptional realm. With this expert's escort, the youth who had only reached the 2nd refinement of the exceptional realm could reach Sword Cliff from Human City in a short 20 days. Uncle Yuan, I'll go leave my name, the youth said, his voice neither cold nor warm. MHM, the middle-aged man nodded. He then looked at Sword Cliff and noticed the changes. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, but when he took a closer look, shock filled his face. When did someone surpass Chu Huangji and surpass him by 10 feet? The middle-aged man was incomparably shocked. He knew Chu Huangji very well. In terms of seniority, Chu Huangji was younger than him. However, in terms of cultivation and strength, Chu Huangji was superior to him. To be in the same generation as such a person was simply a tragedy. Chu Huangji's name had been the #1 on the Sword Cliff for 1,000 years, causing countless challengers to feel despair. Now, someone had actually broken this legend and surpassed Chu Huangji. Chu Royal Court, who is this? What does it have to do with Chu Huangji? They were both surnamed Chu, and they were both such geniuses. It was inevitable that others would suspect them. The young man's eyes were fixed on the 3 words, the light in his eyes flickering. Originally, my goal was to surpass Chu Huangji. Who would have thought that there would actually be someone who succeeded before me? Chu Wangting, since that's the case, I will surpass you. The young man muttered to himself in a low voice. He took a step forward, and as if he had teleported, he directly appeared at the bottom of the Sword Cliff. Without any movement, even the fluctuations of his power were difficult to sense. The young man's body soared up. His body flickered as if he was not suppressed by the power of the Sword Cliff. He continued to soar up at a steady and rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, he had reached a height of 80 feet. At this point, the pressure of the Sword Cliff had increased to an astonishing level. 83 feet, 85 feet, 86 feet. The young man's body flickered faster and faster. 89 feet. This height was already Chu Huangji's height, but the young man seemed to feel that it was still not enough. In an instant, the power he had accumulated burst out, and his body rose even higher, reaching 90 feet. Is there another 90 feet? Too amazing. I didn't come here in vain. 90 feet. This was the highest height that the young man could reach. With a flash of cold light, a long blade was unsheathed. In an instant, hundreds of blades slashed towards the Sword Cliff. It was like a meteor shower falling from the sky. Immediately after, the young man's body descended. Nyakong! The 2 words shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings. When the name landed, it did not land at 90 feet, nor did it land above 90 feet. Instead, it landed below 90 feet and above 89 feet. In other words, Nyakong's name finally landed above Chu Huangji's. It was only a few inches away from Chu Huangji's name, and close to 10 feet away from Chu Wangting's name. Another one has surpassed Chu Huangji. What's happening recently? There are actually 2 geniuses who have surpassed Chu Huangji. 10 feet was surpassing. A few inches was also surpassing. Chu Wangting. Nya Kong muttered to himself and turned to leave. The middle-aged man quickly followed. Within the slaughter world, there were different cities according to different races, and there was a long distance between each city. However, in general, the cities in the massacre world could be divided into 3 camps. The first camp was an alliance formed by the humans, the Vajra race, the Beastmen race, the Soldier race, and other cities that belonged to the Origin realm. The second camp was the Celestial race, and the third camp was the Demon race. The 3 camps were clearly separated. They were entrenched in 3 different directions of the massacre world. The central area was a battlefield known as the Massacre Battlefield. It was a chaotic place that did not belong to any camp. On the Massacre Battlefield, there were many massacre behemoths. There were even some king-level massacre behemoths that were rarely seen. It should be known that king-level massacre behemoths represented rare massacre runes. The effects of rare massacre runes were often better than ordinary runes. Even if one did not use them, they could sell them and obtain a large sum of wealth. Therefore, many people took the risk to enter the massacre battlefield to hunt king-level massacre behemoths. In addition to hunting for king-level slaughter beasts, they might also encounter inheritances left behind by some powerful warriors in the past. Moreover, they might also encounter people from other races who could be hunted down and made a fortune. All in all, entering the massacre battlefield was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Of course, one had to have enough strength. Otherwise, one would just be delivering food to others. Chu Mu's purpose was to enter the massacre battlefield. There, he could find traces of the god race and the demon race. Of course, in addition to entering the massacre battlefield, one could directly enter the camp of the god race and the demon race to find more god race and the demon race. However, that method was like throwing meat buns at a dog. One careless mistake would cause one to lose one's life. Chu Mu was not that stupid. He was not that naive to think that he could break into the camp of the god race and the demon race alone. That was not self-confidence, but ignorance. 10 days later, Chu Mu officially left the boundary of the human city and stepped into the massacre battlefield. An incomparably strong, evil spirit pervaded the air. The ground that was dyed red and dried brown by blood constantly emitted a pungent smell. The sky seemed to be shrouded by a layer of blood-red clouds, and the sky could not be seen. As soon as he stepped into the massacre battlefield, he happened to encounter a 5-man team coming out of the massacre battlefield. "Friend, are you alone?" the leader of the team asked. Chu Mu nodded. "If you dare to enter the massacre battlefield alone, you must have extraordinary skills. However, the massacre battlefield is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Friend, you must be vigilant and do not trust others easily." The man advised. "Thank you," Chu Mu said. The other party smiled and led the team forward. It's too bold of him to enter the massacre battlefield alone. Maybe he really has the ability, or maybe he doesn't know anything. He just foolishly went in and didn't come back. Usually, people who entered the massacre battlefield tended to form groups. At the very least, they would form a small team of several people to look after each other. Of course, the strength gap between the members of the team could not be too great. Otherwise, the weaker members would drag the team down. However, there were some exceptions. A small number of people acted alone. They might be used to acting alone, or they might feel that it was easier and more flexible to act alone than in a team. In short, people who dared to act alone were either naive and ignorant, or they had tyrannical strength. Only with strength would one have more confidence. This was just a small interlude. Although Chu Mu was confident in his strength, he would not blindly think that he was invincible. After all, he was just a sword cultivator who had just reached the first refinement of the exceptional realm. Even if his strength far exceeded his cultivation, he would only be slightly stronger than an ordinary 5th refinement of the exceptional realm. He was not even comparable to a little sacred master. With such cultivation, he would be considered an expert in the deep blue world. However, in this place he could only be considered to have stepped into the threshold of an expert. He was on high alert and carefully observed all the movements around him. However, the place where he had just entered the massacre battlefield was usually a safer place. Not long after, Chu Mu encountered a middle-class slaughtering beast. It was a middle-class, third-stage slaughtering beast. Under Chu Mu's sword, this slaughtering beast died, leaving behind 3 bronze rank-slaughtering secret runes. As he continued to move forward, he continued to encounter slaughtering beasts. Most of them were intermediate rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, and rank 4. Chu Mu discovered that the slaughtering beasts on the massacre battlefield seemed to be slightly stronger than the slaughtering beasts of the same rank outside the massacre battlefield. The probability of obtaining the maximum number of slaughter secret runes after killing them was much higher. Just based on this point alone, it was much better than outside the massacre battlefield. Not long after, Chu Mu's bronze rank slaughter secret runes increased by a few dozen. Now he just had to wait for the completion of the mission to leave his name on the sword cliff to obtain the reward. According to many people's speculations, the mission reward would definitely be a rare slaughter rune. It might even be a rare, growth-type slaughter rune. If it was really the latter, his slaughter secret runes would come in handy very soon. He might even have to kill more slaughtering beasts to obtain more slaughter secret runes. This mission to kill 10 divine race and 10 demon race had a time limit of 1 year. Almost 2 months had passed, so there were at least 10 months left. It should be enough. Chapter 2085. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a month since Chu Mu entered the slaughter battlefield. Every day, he continuously hunted slaughter behemoths and obtained more than 200 bronze slaughter runes. As for king rank slaughter behemoths, he had not hunted a single one. It was not that he did not want to hunt them, but that he was not strong enough. Not long ago, Chu Mu encountered an intermediate king rank slaughter behemoth. That was an invincible slaughter behemoth. Even a half-step great emperor might not be its opponent, let alone Chu Mu. Fortunately, he retreated quickly, or else he would have died. Apart from constantly encountering slaughter behemoths, he had not encountered any other races. After all, the slaughter battlefield was not small. On the slaughter battlefield, the deeper he went, the thicker the red clouds became. Suddenly, Chu Mu heard a strange sound. It sounded like a roar, but also like an unfamiliar language. This sound was full of tyranny, proving that the owner of the sound must be very irritable. It's not the sound of a slaughter behemoth. Chu Mu instantly made a judgment. This kind of sound that sounded like a language could not be used by slaughter behemoths because they were a group of beasts without intelligence. Could it be the demon race? Chu Mu secretly speculated and quickly followed the sound. The demon race was a general term, and there were various sub-races. Of course, unlike the origin realm, all sub-races belonged to the demon race because their essence was the demon race. After restraining his aura, Chu Mu saw his targets not long after. There were 3 tall figures, each at least 3 meters tall. Their skin was dark green, and they wore half-body armor. Their muscles bulged as if they were polished from stone. They looked very strong and vigorous. Fiery red hair, sharp and slender blade-like ears, scarlet eyes filled with killing intent, and fangs protruding from the corners of their mouths, making them look even more ferocious. Giant demons. Seeing these 3 figures, the relevant information appeared in Chu Mu's mind. Chu Mu had done some research on the 2 major races, the divine race and the demon race. After all, he would most likely have to face these 2 races in the future. Rather than hastily understanding them at that time, it was better to learn more about them now. It was better to be prepared. Among the demons, only the giant demons had such an appearance. The aura waves emitted by each of the 3 giant demons had reached the 4th refinement of the peerless realm of the human clan. One of the giant demons held a huge red battle axe with both hands. The blade of the axe was densely covered with serrated teeth. It looked very ferocious, and was a complete killing weapon. He was even stronger than the other two giant demons, especially his arms and upper body. The muscles on his arms and upper body were even more prominent. The other two trolls each held a 3-meter-long spear that was as thick as an arm. The tip of the spear was incomparably sharp and had a terrifying barb. They also carried 3 similar spears on their backs and had long sabers at their waists. Both the giant axe and the long spear were demonic armaments and possessed special powers. The giant demons were one of the major races of the demon race. They were also one of the main forces of the demon race legion. They possessed great strength and were suitable for close combat as well as throwing long spears to kill enemies. The scene of countless giant demons throwing spears in unison during the war between the races was still deeply engraved in the minds of those who had participated in the war. When they recalled it, they couldn't help but change their expressions. All 3 of them are at the 4th refinement. However, the demon race's physique is naturally stronger than that of the human race. In addition to their outstanding fighting talent and tyrannical strength, if the 3 of them work together, I'm afraid that they can fight or even kill an ordinary 5th refinement of the human clan. Chu-Mu thought to himself. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he observed carefully. What he wanted to do was to kill these 3 giant demons without mercy. The 3 giant demons were working together to fight against a 5th intermediate level slaughtering beast. Their cooperation allowed them to cause damage to the slaughtering beast bit by bit. In the end, the slaughtering beast was killed by the 3 of them. The giant demon with the giant axe also suffered some injuries. However, the demon race's physique was naturally tyrannical. Moreover, they had a strong self-healing ability. As long as they didn't die on the spot, even if they lost an arm or a leg, they would be able to recover quickly, given some time. The reason why the demon race could run amok and only the god race could contend with them one-on-one was because of their naturally tyrannical physique and strong self-healing ability. After careful observation, Chu-Mu finally came to a conclusion. If the 3 giant demons worked together to display their strength, even if he attacked with all his strength, it would be very difficult to kill them unless his strength improved. However, he was currently hiding in the surroundings, and the 3 giant demons hadn't discovered him. This was where his advantage lay. Taking advantage of the fact that one of the giant demons was injured and the fact that the 3 giant demons hadn't discovered him, Chu-Mu attacked. The sword light of the snowy night sword tore through the sky. It was extremely fast. The sword light flashed and pierced towards the target. The 9th move of the sword art of Tao seeking, heaven and earth align, with Chu-Mu's strength that could kill a 5th intermediate level slaughtering beast. It was impossible to guard against it. Moreover, it was so fast that it could be said to be extremely fast. Unsurprisingly, the sword pierced through the head of one of the giant demons on the spot. The demon race and the human race's cultivation methods were different. They didn't pay attention to the primordial spirit. In other words, most of the demon race's cultivation methods focused on the physique. They developed their own talents to the extreme and didn't pay attention to the primordial spirit at all. Therefore, there was no primordial spirit. However, the head was still their weakness. If the head was pierced through, the brain would be destroyed and the consciousness would be shattered and scattered. This was a fatal injury. Only some powerful demon race's cultivators who had cultivated to the extreme could make their consciousness leave the head and enter the body the moment they were attacked by an expert to avoid being destroyed. However, throughout history, there were very few demons who could do this. The most famous one was the headless demon god, Xingu Lai Tian Great Demon God. Compared to Xingu Lai Tian Great Demon God, these 3 giant demons were worlds apart. Under Chu-Mu's sword, there was no way for them to survive. When the first giant demon was killed, the other 2 giant demons reacted. The sword light curved and jumped, piercing through the head of the second giant demon. Only then did the injured giant demon fully react. With a strange roar, he suddenly jumped up with the giant axe in his hands. With an incomparably fierce and shocking murderous aura, he fiercely chopped at Chu Mu with the giant axe. The black and red light split the earth and the sky. This axe seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth. Its power was incomparably tyrannical. Chu Mu was already prepared. His figure flashed, and the 4 directions true steps ordered the giant demon god to chop at the air. The Snow Knight sword carried a touch of blue, and a deep blue world descended. Suppress. A mere 4th refinement strength. Even if it was stronger than a 4th refinement human of the same level, it was still inferior to a 5th refinement. However, Chu Mu's sword was a tyrannical sword style that could suppress a 5th intermediate level giant demon god for a moment. With one sword suppression, the bones and tendons were broken. This giant demon was crushed by Chu Mu's sword style, but with its strong vitality, it didn't die on the spot. Chu Mu didn't give it the slightest chance, and once again chopped down, chopping off its head and shattering its consciousness. At this point, the mission of killing 10 demon races experts was completed by 3/10. After killing the 3 giant demons, Chu Mu also obtained their spoils of war, and more than 300 bronze-ranked massacre runes appeared. As for the massacre runes, they didn't appear. These things were also dependent on luck. There was a chance of obtaining them, and there was also a chance of not obtaining them. In any case, this was a good start. However, Chu Mu wouldn't be complacent because of this. There were many powerful demon races experts, and these 3 giant demons were just a drop in the ocean. While Chu Mu was looking for demon races experts to hunt, there were also demon races experts looking for other races to hunt. Therefore, it didn't take long for some demon races experts to set their eyes on Chu Mu. Dark demon race. The devil race had 3 king families: the Devil Sun family, the Shingu family, and the Aochi family. The 3 king families took turns to be in charge, and the one in charge would be the Emperor family. According to what Chu Mu knew, in this era, the Aochi family was in charge. They were the Emperor family and were qualified to be the Devil Emperor. Under the 3 royal clans, there were several large clans, such as the Giant Demon Clan, Dark Demon Clan, Corpse Demon Clan, and Beast Demon Clan. At this moment, the one who attacked Chu Mu was an expert from one of the large clans, the Dark Demon Clan. He was a 5th refinement Dark Demon Clan expert. The Dark Demon Clan's physique wasn't as tall and strong as the giant demons. They were slimmer and thinner, but they were very agile and good at hiding. They had astonishing attainments in the Tao of assassination. On the battlefield, the Dark Demon Clan would often act as assassins to assassinate the higher-ups of the enemy clans. However, the Dark Demon Clan experts who were proficient in assassination were very powerful even in a frontal battle. They wouldn't be inferior to a human of the same level. However, each clan had its own way of survival. For example, the Dark Demon Clan was naturally good at assassination, so they would constantly study the Tao of assassination. Otherwise, they would neglect the essentials and focus on trifles. Even when facing a human first refinement, exceptional realm sword cultivator, the Dark Demon Clan expert didn't underestimate him at all. However, the moment he launched his attack, he was still discovered by Chu Mu. The jet black dagger stabbed towards Chu Mu silently like a deadly viper. However, it missed. The figure under the dagger had disappeared at some point. After missing, the Dark Demon Clan expert sensed that something was wrong. Without hesitation, he activated his well-honed instinct and instantly hid and retreated. The Tao of assassination was to escape thousands of miles away after one failed attack and look for another opportunity. However, he was fast, but Chu Mu's sword was faster. The sword light, like frost and snow, crossed the distance between heaven and earth, forming a straight line. Almost at the same time, the sword had already pierced towards the Dark Demon Clan expert who was hiding. The 9th move of the Tao-seeking sword art, Heaven and Earth line. The White Horse sword art. How can he be so fast? The Dark Demon Clan expert was extremely shocked, but he wasn't frightened. Instead, he exploded with even faster speed and brandished his dagger to defend against Chu Mu's sword. The sword light fluctuated like waves of water, miraculously avoiding the opponent's dagger and stabbing towards the center of the dark demon clan expert's forehead. The incomparably fast speed, the miraculous change in an instant, the uncontrollable rhythm, the exquisite and peerless sword technique pierced through the dark demon clan expert's forehead and shattered his will. Chapter 2086. Uncle Yuan, you don't have to follow me. Nyakong said, Young Lord, there are too many dangers in the massacre world. Although young Lord's talent is outstanding, you haven't truly matured yet. Once you encounter danger, the consequences will be unimaginable. The middle-aged man said, I know, but Uncle Yuan, if you follow me, I will only become dependent on you. I must stand on my own and face all the dangers by myself. Only then can I truly grow. Nyakong said. Uncle Yuan was silent. He was very clear that what Nyakong said was true. There was no expert who grew up under the protection of others. They were like flowers in a greenhouse, unable to withstand any storm. No matter how high their talent was, it was the same as no one before and no one after. However, his responsibility was to protect Nyakong. He couldn't allow Nyakong to make any mistakes. Uncle Yuan, you don't have to feel troubled. I'm a genius and also the most talented person in the Nyak clan to date. I possess great fortune. Even if I encounter danger, I believe that I can turn it into an opportunity with my own ability. Nyakong said firmly. His words were as sharp as a blade. Moreover, I have the means left behind by the ancestor. Even if I encounter a great emperor expert, I can still easily escape. In that case, I will wait for you in Human City. Uncle Yuan said solemnly. I hope that the next time I see you, young Lord will surprise me. I will. Nyakong said. He didn't look back. His goal was the massacre world. Entering the massacre world, those who didn't break through the massacre world weren't worthy of praise. Only those who broke through the massacre world and survived would have the opportunity to become a true expert. Every expert had walked out from countless battles and massacres. In addition to breaking through the massacre world, Nyakong had another goal, which was the Chu royal court. According to the information that he had gathered, the Chu royal court seemed to have entered the massacre world. There are still 3 more demons. This mission of slaying gods and demons is half completed. Chu Mu glanced at the corpses at his feet and said, Up until now, the demons that he had killed were the giant demon clan, dark demon clan, and corpse demon clan. As for the beast demon clan, he hadn't encountered any other demon clans. Human, to think that you would dare to act alone. Seems like you're pretty confident in your own strength. A language he had never heard before sounded. Chu Mu couldn't understand what it was saying, but he could feel that his willpower was being attacked by an invisible force the moment the language sounded. If it was not for the fact that he had cultivated the truth-seeking technique and his mental will was extremely condensed, surpassing even those at the 5th refinement of the unparalleled stage, he would definitely be shaken and disturbed by the impact of this invisible force, making it difficult for him to concentrate. Without any hesitation, Chu Mu attacked in the direction of the sound. The sword light pierced through the air, carrying an astonishing killing intent and killing intent. It tore through the red fog, but disappeared without a trace like a stone sinking into the sea. Suddenly, a slight wind sound came from the other side, and the faintly discernible sword light seemed to leap forward in the void, aiming to kill Chu Mu. Although he couldn't feel the sharpness of the sword, Chu Mu felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. It was as if he would die if he was stabbed by this sword. His consciousness, which had been tempered 1,000 times, made the most correct response. With a single step, it was the 2nd stage of the truth-seeking technique in the 4 directions. The distance of 1 step seemed to be separated by space, and that strange sense of danger immediately disappeared. He turned around and slashed out with the Snow Knight sword. The sword light collided, and when both sides shattered, another sword light came from afar at an incomparably fast speed, stabbing at the back of Chu Mu's head. A pincer attack from the front and back. The timing was perfect. Chu Mu's heart sank slightly, but his figure flashed, and he directly used the second stage of the world's near-at-hand body. He appeared in another place in an instant, causing the sneak attack from behind to miss. With their tacit cooperation, they had killed many strong enemies in a pincer attack, but this time they actually missed, causing the two attackers to be bewildered. Then they laughed. He's an extraordinary genius of the human race. Killing such a genius is more valuable than killing 1,000 or 10,000 humans. It was still a language that Chu Mu did not understand, but it was different from the language of the devil race. God race? Just as Chu Mu was guessing, the two attackers appeared in his sight. He could not see their faces, or rather, their faces were covered by the masks of their armor. Only a pair of eyes could be seen, and their pupils were not black, but deep silver. Chu Mu remembered that one of the characteristics of the god race was that they had silver pupils. Moreover, the appearance of the armor on these two people was very exquisite, and it fit their bodies perfectly. It also naturally exuded a unique pressure, which was different from that of the human race and the devil race. All these characteristics indicated that these two people were god race. The god race and the devil race were second-order life forms born in the chaotic universe. They were life forms at the same level as the chaos beasts, second only to the original chaos primordial beasts. In the origin realm, the Yuan race was also second-order life forms like the god race, the devil race, and the chaos beasts. However, after the Yuan race died out, other races were born in the origin realm, such as the human race and the Vajra race, which were third-order races. There was a clear difference between the third-order and second-order races. As a second-order race, both the Protoss and the Infernals had unique talents. However, unlike the Infernals, the Protoss did not have a tyrannical body and super strong, self-healing ability. The Protoss talent lay in their spiritual will. Compared to the human race, the god race's body was not outstanding, but their spiritual willpower was naturally superior to that of the human race. It was just like how the devil race was naturally superior to the human race in terms of physique. Therefore, many of the god race's martial arts were created based on their naturally powerful spiritual willpower. Based on spiritual willpower, and then enhanced spiritual willpower, it formed a good cycle. In order to better protect themselves, the Protoss developed and created godly armors. Equipping one's body with the godly armors would give one an extremely strong defense. Furthermore, it could also enhance one's strength and speed to a certain extent. After all, many of the Protoss spiritual martial arts required close combat in order to unleash their true power. The devil race's demonic weapons and the god race's divine armor both had their own unique features, but they were only suitable for these two races. After all, they were weapons that were completely created for these two races. In comparison, the human race was much faster in this regard. It was not known if the Yuan race had their own exclusive weapons back then. These two god race members were equivalent to the exceptional fifth refinement. They were very powerful, and their martial arts specialized in attacking one's spiritual willpower. Chu Mu did not dare to underestimate them at all. Instead, he took them seriously. The two god race members surrounded Chu Mu from both sides. After each side said something, they attacked again. They also cultivated sword techniques. But the god race's sword techniques were different from the human race's sword techniques. The human race's sword techniques were executed with one's own strength, while the god race's sword techniques used one's spiritual willpower to communicate with the power of heaven and earth and integrate it into the sword techniques. It could be said that one was internal and one was external. However, in addition to the addition of the power of heaven and earth, there was also the god race's own spiritual willpower. Once struck, one would be attacked by the spiritual willpower contained within. The human race's application of spiritual willpower was very shallow. Compared to the god race, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. After all, this was the natural talent of their race. Regardless, spiritual willpower was very important to life forms with souls. Once it was attacked and became unstable, it would affect the focus of one's mind. Especially in battle, a moment of distraction would result in one's death. Chu Mu only had a superficial understanding of the god race's martial arts. He had never experienced it personally. The snowy night sword collided with the sword of one of the god race members. Chu Mu immediately felt an invisible force attacking his spiritual willpower. They even know how to collide with swords. Chu Mu was secretly surprised and became even more vigilant. Fortunately, the spiritual willpower of these two god race members was very strong. If an ordinary human at the fifth refinement of the exceptional realm faced either of them, they would probably be killed in less than 10 moves. However, Chu Mu was not ordinary. He allowed the opponent's spiritual willpower to attack him and remained unmoved. He was as steady and firm as a boulder. Chu Mu mainly used the origin of sword Dao and supplemented his sword techniques with great true power. On the other hand, these two god race members used their spiritual willpower to guide the power of heaven and earth to execute their sword techniques. This was the first time he was fighting with the god race. In particular, these two god race members cultivated sword techniques. Chu Mu was very interested in this. He fought 1 against 2 in order to further understand the god race. The two god race members had different thoughts. The two of them joined forces, but were unable to kill a human whose cultivation was only at the first refinement of the exceptional realm. If word got out, they would definitely become a laughingstock. However, they also thought that this human must be a genius who stood at the peak of the human race. He was an extremely rare genius. If they could kill him, it would be an invisible blow to the human race. It would also be of great benefit to the god race. At the very least, if such a human genius was allowed to grow, who knew how many god race powerhouses would have to sacrifice their lives to kill him in the future. The attacks of the two god race members became increasingly powerful. Their sword techniques became increasingly ruthless. However, when Chu Mu executed his sword techniques, they were endless like waves of light. They completely blocked the sword techniques of the two god race members. These two god race members were also very powerful. Being a second-rank life gave them an innate advantage over the human race. Furthermore, they were two god race geniuses. Their abilities were even more powerful. When they joined forces, they brought great pressure to Chu Mu. The power of heaven and earth was triggered. The killing power that belonged to the massacre world gathered in the swords of the two god race members and merged into their sword techniques. Carrying the impact of their spiritual willpower, they attacked again and again, attacking Chu Mu time and time again. It seemed that they would not stop until they killed Chu Mu. They also seemed to have given up on defense and attacked with all their might. The divine armor on their bodies gave them extremely strong defense. Ordinary attacks of the fifth refinement of the exceptional realm would not be able to break through it. This was also what they relied on to attack with all their might. Chapter 2087. Shadows crossed each other as the battle continued. Chu Mu was fighting against two Protoss. This was the first time he had experienced the strength of the Protoss. Every attack carried a spiritual impact. It was like an open trap that he had to endure. Gradually, the surrounding air was also affected. The power of spiritual will permeated the air, constantly affecting Chu Mu's spiritual will. The power of the truth-seeking technique was revealed. Chu Mu's spiritual will resisted the spiritual attacks of the two Protoss time and time again without wavering. The two Protoss could not defeat Chu Mu after attacking for a long time. They immediately used the power of the slaughter runes, increasing their strength and increasing the pressure on Chu Mu. Chu Mu's swordsmanship was in the heaven realm, while the two Protoss swordsmanship were in the early stages of the earth realm. There was an obvious gap between them and Chu-Mu. Although the level of swordsmanship did not equate to the strength of one's strength, it would have a certain impact. Chu-Mu's swordsmanship was more profound, and in battle it was easier for him to see through the intricacies of the opponent's swordsmanship. Most of the Protoss swordsmanship was based on technique, while some are based on strength and speed. Their main strength was the support of spiritual will and the power of heaven and earth. Swordsmanship that focused on technique was often more complex and exquisite. However, under Chu-Mu's superb swordsmanship realm, he could still see through such swordsmanship. After understanding the fighting style of the Protoss and seeing through the opponent's swordsmanship, Chu-Mu's pressure suddenly lessened. It was also time for him to counterattack. 100,000% of his sword principle origin was used. A strong power filled his body. 3 bronze, rank 1 slaughter runes were used. His strength, speed, and origin power were increased by 10%, transforming into Grand True Force. The Grand True Force was activated, constantly replenishing the sword principle origin consumed. It was also injected into the Snow Knight sword, further enhancing the sword's power. Sword principle Dao Seeking, Sword of Slaughter. The accumulated killing intent instantly condensed into a sword and attacked one of the Protoss. The 2 swords collided, and the spiritual impact hit Chu-Mu's spiritual world. However, the extreme killing intent on the sword also affected the Protoss. Sword principle Dao Seeking, Deep Blue World. Suddenly, 100-meter wide, deep blue world descended, instantly suppressing all directions. It directly caused the Protoss to stop. At the same time, the other Protoss exploded with a killer move. Sword light zigzagged, extremely fatal. The second stage of the 4 directions truth step, traversing space with a single step. He turned around and swung his sword. The sword light of the Snow Knight sword disappeared in an instant, but it also seemed to disappear in an instant. All that was left was a dim shadow that was difficult to see clearly, as if it was shuttling between the gaps of space. Sword Dao Seeking's 10th move, Shadow. In Deep Blue World, Chu-Mu fought against the Imperial Dynasty and felt despair at the hands of the Battle King's clone. His arrogance and confidence were shattered, and a strong shadow appeared in his heart. In the end, Chu-Mu relied on his own willpower to break free from the shadow and rebuild his confidence, becoming stronger from inside out. This sword style contained Chu-Mu's experience at that time. The shadows in his heart were all integrated into this sword and were also deduced through this sword. Not only was this sword able to form an illusory silhouette, it seemed to be able to traverse through the gaps in space, making it hard to fathom its movements. Once it came into contact with the illusory silhouette, its target would be traumatized. Of course, if the target didn't have any shadows in his heart, he naturally wouldn't be affected. However, every cultivator must have experienced pain, setbacks, and even fear. They would more or less be affected to a certain extent. In serious cases, they might even form an inner demon. Apart from the above 2 abilities, this sword was the 10th style of the sword principle, Dao Seeking. Its power was even stronger than the 9th style. The sword shuttled through space and attacked the Protoss. Its extremely strong power could instantly kill an ordinary 5th refinement peerless realm. The moment the swords crossed, the Protoss's body suddenly trembled and his expression changed. He seemed to have thought of an unbearable past and was completely stunned. He couldn't block Chu-Mu's sword at all. The sword pierced through the godly armor mask and the Protoss head, shattering his consciousness. The Protoss didn't have a primordial spirit either, but they could condense a consciousness similar to the primordial spirit of the human race. Once the consciousness was shattered, it also meant death. After killing the first Protoss, the other Protoss was no longer a problem for Chu-Mu. The Shadow Sword was extremely fast and killed 1 Protoss in an extremely short period of time. The other Protoss had just escaped from the suppression of the Deep Blue World. When he saw his comrade killed, he was instantly enraged. At the same time, he felt a tinge of fear. He exploded with a killer move. Sword light blazed and rose slowly. In an instant, it condensed into a huge sword shadow and slashed towards Chu-Mu. At the same time, the Protoss retreated quickly and planned to leave. The two of them couldn't kill this human even when they joined forces. Instead, one of them was killed. If they continued to fight, they might be killed too. Hence, the best thing to do was to leave quickly and contact the other Protoss to kill this human. Chu-Mu's body flashed, and the second level of worlds and near at hand crossed space. Not only did he avoid the killer move of the Protoss, but he also quickly chased after him. He unsheathed his sword and used the ninth style of the sword principle, Tao, seeking, heaven, and earth a line. White full sword technique. White full crosses the rift. The fastest sword had already pierced towards the escaping Protoss the moment the sword was released. It instantly broke the defense of the other party's divine armor and penetrated it. The consciousness was also shattered. The defensive power of the divine armor of the divine race was astonishing, and it would increase as their cultivation increased. It was very magical. For example, the cultivation strength of these two divine races was equivalent to the fifth refinement of the human race, and the defensive power of their divine armor had also reached a corresponding level. Ordinary fifth refinement attacks of the divine race could not do anything to them at all. However, Chu-Mu's sword power was tyrannical and surpassed the level of ordinary fifth refinement of the exceptional fifth refinement. The mission of killing 10 Protoss was 20% completed. After these two Protoss were killed, their swords, divine armor, and interspatial rings were all taken by Chu-Mu. Some bronze-level massacre secret runes also dropped from their bodies. There were a total of over 400 of them. This increased the number of bronze-level massacre secret runes that Chu-Mu possessed to over 1,500. Apart from that, the two Protoss also dropped a bronze-level massacre rune each, which was also obtained by Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu checked them. The two bronze-level massacre runes were both third-level massacre runes. One strengthened the strength of the mind by 30%, while the other strengthened the power of the world by 30%. The massacre rune that strengthened the mind was useful to Chu-Mu. The other massacre rune was useless. After all, Chu-Mu relied on his own power to perform sword techniques and not the power of the world. The bronze-level massacre rune had already been used. Due to the death of the original owner, its power had been depleted. It had to be replenished before it could be used again. There were two ways to replenish the power of the massacre rune. The first was to let it recover on its own. It would usually take a long time, at least a few days or even dozens of days. The second was to inject the same level of massacre secret rune, which could allow it to recover rapidly in an extremely short amount of time. In other words, if there were enough massacre secret runes to replenish it, the massacre rune could be activated continuously and its power would continue to be used. However, the consumption of massacre secret runes was shocking. After Chu-Mu easily refined the bronze-level third-level massacre rune, he had to use a total of 30 bronze-level massacre secret runes to replenish its power to full. 30 massacre secret runes did not sound like much. However, if one thought about it carefully, they would realize that it was quite a lot. This was because every time the power of the massacre rune was used, it would only last for a short period of time. At most, it would last for 60 breaths, and at least for 30 breaths. This bronze rank third stage slaughter rune could increase one's mental willpower by 30%. Once Chu-Mu used the power within, his mental willpower would become even stronger. Even his great true force would be affected and become stronger. Chu-Mu's great true force was transformed from the truth-seeking technique. It was closely related to the three powers of mind, energy, and spirit. The stronger the mind, energy, and spirit, the stronger the great true force. It was as if there was no upper limit. Then, Chu-Mu checked the 2 space rings of the Protoss. There were quite a few good items. However, it was a pity that they were not suitable for humans. After all, different races had different characteristics. Some items were treasures to the Protoss, but not to the humans. The swords of the Protoss were also different from the swords of the humans. There was an obvious difference in their structure. Apart from being tough and hard, they were also used to carry mind, will, and the power of heaven and earth. They were not suitable for human swordsmen. As for the godly armor, it was trash to the humans. Of course, its material was quite good. If it was reforged, it could be made into 1 or 2 decent armors. However, what interested Chu-Mu the most was the cultivation method and swordsmanship of the Protoss. It was completely different from that of the humans. However, Chu-Mu had an idea. He wanted to learn from their strengths to make up for his weaknesses. If I can get the demon race's body cultivation method and the god race's mind cultivation method, I can get their martial arts. Then I can verify it with what I have learned and integrate the essence of it into the truth-seeking technique. Perhaps the truth-seeking technique can undergo a qualitative transformation, Chu-Mu thought to himself. The idea was no doubt beautiful, but it was extremely difficult to implement. Whether it was the Protoss or the demon race, they valued the martial arts of their own race very much. Especially those true inheritances, they were very strict and confidential. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain them. Since ancient times, there were people who had the same idea as Chu-Mu, but it seemed that no one had succeeded. I'll practice my skills first. If there's a chance, I'll implement it, Chu-Mu thought to himself. He was also very clear that it would be very difficult and did not dare to expect too much. The slaying gods and demons mission required each of them to kill 10 members of the Protoss and demon race. Now, Chu-Mu had killed 2 members of the Protoss and 7 members of the demon race. The completion of the mission was close to half, but there were still more than 9 months left. It was quite sufficient. After a while, the mission of leaving my name on the Sword Cliff should be over. At that time, it will be clear what kind of reward I will get, Chu-Mu thought to himself. He was faintly excited. Chapter 2088. Human Ants Die. With a furious roar, the demonic beast expert's sharp claws tore through the void. The blood-red claw shadows filled the air and covered the surroundings. There was nowhere to hide. Under the sharp claws, the 3 humans were instantly torn into pieces of flesh and blood. After the successful attack, the demonic beast expert let out a carefree roar and collected all the spoils of war. Immediately, his sharp and scarlet eyes swept to the front left. His gaze was as sharp as a sword and contained an astonishing, killing intent and baleful aura. He was like a ferocious demonic beast that was about to devour its prey. This was a demonic beast expert that looked like a werewolf. He was about 2 meters tall and had black hair all over his body that stood up like steel needles. His muscles bulged and were filled with violent power. A pair of sharp claws flickered with cold light as blood dripped from them. He was incomparably ferocious. A tyrannical and baleful aura surrounded his body as if there were ghosts roaring. Suddenly, this demonic beast expert moved. He stomped his feet on the ground and turned into a blur as he rushed to the front left. He was extremely fast and was rapidly approaching the target he sensed. He raised his claws and instantly clawed out. The scarlet claw light instantly tore through the red mist and the void. Suddenly, a sword light flickered and the claw shadows were shattered. A cold sword light instantly slashed towards him. It was hard to tell who was stronger in the air. The 2 sides were getting closer and closer. The claw shadows covered the sky and attacked densely. A sword light flickered and arrived. With just 1 attack, Chu-Mu was repelled. This demonic beast's strength was extremely tyrannical. It had surpassed the 5th refinement of the exceptional realm and had reached the level of lesser sacred master. Currently, Chu-Mu was still at the 1st refinement of the exceptional realm. He had been fighting all the time and did not have the time to use his great true force to refine and communicate with more of the sword Tao origin. However, after going through many battles, he was able to use his strength more precisely. In addition, he had cultivated the Tao seeking sword art to the 10th move. His strength had been further improved and was even stronger than before. This way, Chu Mu would be able to kill peerless 5th refinement enemies even faster. However, it would still be hard for him to fight against a small sacred, especially against a small sacred from a devil species. They were naturally stronger. This collision allowed Chu Mu to clearly feel the difference in strength between him and the demonic wolf. Without any hesitation, Chu Mu unleashed his deep blue world. The world descended and suppressed the demonic wolf, while Chu Mu rapidly retreated. The descending deep blue world pressed down on the demonic wolf expert. Under the tremendous pressure, the demonic wolf howled in rage and clawed out with both his claws. Gigantic claw shadows tore through the sky and tore the deep blue world apart with a single strike. In a breath's time, Chu Mu had already fled far away. "Human ant, you can't escape." The demonic wolf let out a strange roar and chased after him. In a place like the battlefield of massacre, flying was not suitable because it was easy to become a target. When entering the battlefield of massacre, Chu Mu was already prepared to encounter a strong enemy. Therefore, it was not strange for him to encounter a demonic beast, lesser sacred master expert. He also did not have the time to think too much. At this time, escaping was more important. However, Chu Mu's speed was not slow, but the demonic wolf's speed was even faster. Under its mad dash, it rapidly closed in on Chu Mu. Even if he was not the opponent's opponent, it would not be easy for the demonic wolf to kill Chu Mu. Under the pursuit, he continued to move forward, running, counterattacking. Sword light was like frost and snow. The killing intent was astonishing. Even though the demonic wolf was strong, it did not dare to face Chu Mu's sword head-on. Soon, the demonic wolf caught up with Chu Mu and blocked Chu Mu's path. Its claws clawed out and covered the surroundings. It wanted to cut off Chu Mu's path of retreat. The white horse sword technique launched a counterattack. The shadow of the Tao seeking sword technique. The sword light was faintly discernible. It turned into a shadow that shuttled through the spatial cracks and attacked the demonic wolf. This sword was currently Chu Mu's most powerful sword. This sword could instantly kill a 5th refinement, exceptional realm expert. However, it was still not enough to deal with a lesser sacred master, especially a demonic beast lesser sacred master. Fight, fight, fight! With his powerful sword technique and amazing tenacity, Chu Mu barely withstood the violent attacks of the demonic wolf. However, he was very clear that under the absolute difference in strength, he would not be able to hold on for long. Moreover, the demonic wolf had not even used the massacre runes. While holding on, Chu Mu's mind worked quickly. He was constantly thinking of various ways to break through this predicament and even turn the tables. The first way was undoubtedly to use the massacre runes to increase his strength in a short period of time. From there, he would be able to injure the demonic wolf unexpectedly. However, since he had the massacre runes, the demonic wolf must also have the massacre runes. Therefore, it was not considered an advantage, and the success rate was very low. The second method was to unleash even more Sword Tao origin power. Currently, he was only using 1/100,000th, which was 10/100,000th. It was the highest level that he could normally use at his cultivation level. Once it was consumed, he could use great true force to replenish it in a short period of time. His body could completely bear it. However, if he exceeded this level, it would bring a burden to his body. The higher the ratio, the greater the burden. Moreover, it would be very difficult to replenish it after it was consumed. However, after thinking about it, it seemed that there was no other way except for this method. Just as the 10/100,000th sword principal origin was about to explode, suddenly, a bright silver sword light pierced through the void and attacked the demonic wolf with amazing sharpness. Someone had interfered. The demonic wolf quickly dodged and waved his claws to grab the silver sword light, directly shattering it. However, the powerful power contained in the sword light also made the demonic wolf's arm tremble slightly. More sword light exploded in an instant. One after another, they crisscrossed like the Milky Way pouring down from the ninth heaven. Chu Mu temporarily stopped the eruption of more sword principle origin. The deep blue world was displayed again. The deep blue world shadow descended and suppressed the demonic wolf. He knew that the power of the deep blue world was not enough to truly suppress the demonic wolf, but it was enough to cause some interference to him. The next sword, heaven and earth line, and the next sword, shadow. 3 consecutive sword light were displayed. The last 2 moves propelled the white horse sword technique to the extreme. They coordinated well with hundreds of silver sword lights that suddenly exploded. It was as if they had been practiced countless times, showing Chu Mu's precise grasp of timing. The demonic wolf roared and his claws completely exploded. The cold and sharp claws with a strong smell of blood tore through the sky and collided with the countless sword lights. Under the tyrannical power, the demonic wolf was immediately repelled. A figure rushed out from the red mist with a huge silver sword light, like a waning moon setting in the west. The sword light shattered and the demonic wolf's body swayed again. His scarlet eyes turned and glanced at Chu Mu and the figure that had just appeared. Chu Mu also saw the newcomer. It was a young man who exuded a kind of coldness, as if he was standing at the top of the world and looking down on the world. His cultivation was at the second refinement of the exceptional realm, but the sword light from before was very powerful. It was enough to kill an ordinary 5th refinement of the exceptional realm. Obviously, his strength was not inferior to Chu Mu's. This was another genius, more outstanding than the likes of Mirror Mirror and Yi Jingyan. You are Chu Wangting. The newcomer's gaze swept over the wolf devil and fell on Chu Mu's face as he coldly asked. Under the sword cliff, Nya Kong had already heard from others that Chu Wangting, the number 1 name on the sword cliff, was only at the first stage of the exceptional first refinement realm. Looking at the overall situation, the person fighting against the wolf devil junior sacred master was very likely Chu Wangting. Even if he wasn't, he was definitely a genius comparable to him. You are? Chu Mu asked back, indirectly admitting his identity. Nya Kong. Nya Kong said coldly, "Kill this bastard first, then you and I will decide who is better." All right, Chu Mu agreed. 2 human geniuses, I will kill you. The demonic wolf warrior was excited and his killing intent became even more intense. Dense, baleful qi spread out and turned into a red mist that spiraled around his body. His aura became even more powerful and his claws shone with a cold light. Slaughtering claw, blood shadow. With a strange roar, the demonic wolf warrior struck out with his claws. The claw light turned blood red and a thick smell of blood spread out. It split into 2 and clawed at Chu Mu and Nya Kong, respectively. With such a strong enemy, the 2 could only join hands. One on the left and one on the right, they had a tacit understanding. He took a step forward and used the 4 directions, seeking truth. His body flashed again, and the world's and near at hand. The Snow Knight sword continuously flickered, and circles of ripples spread out like ripples on water. They surrounded the shocking blood-red claw light and caused its speed to be slightly affected. That was enough. Nya Kong's body flashed, and a silver sword light seemed to travel through time and space. He passed through the blood-red claw light and attacked the demonic wolf. In an instant, Chu Mu activated the power of the 4 slaughtering runes, and his strength increased significantly. Nya Kong also stimulated the power of the slaughter runes. His slaughter runes were 5th step slaughter runes, and there were no less than 3 of them. They increased all aspects by 50%, causing his strength to soar a lot in an instant. After all, Kong had a strong background. Before entering the slaughtering world, he was given 3 powerful slaughtering runes by his family. Once activated, it could greatly increase his strength and make his strength surpass Chu Mu's. Fear flashed in the demonic wolf's eyes. Immediately, he activated the slaughtering runes that he had mastered and his aura sword. Both sides had activated the power of the slaughtering runes and fought with all their might. The demonic wolf's weapon was his claws, and his martial arts were claws. It was very terrifying. Once touched, one's stomach would be ripped open. However, Chu Mu and Kong's swords were also very powerful, especially Kong's supreme grade spiritual sword. It was even sharper than Snow Knight's sword. Fight, fight, fight. 2 against 1. Using the power of the 5th refinement of the exceptional realm to fight against the demonic little Saint Master. This was a fight to the death. There was no luck. Not only did the demonic wolf have shocking speed and powerful strength, but the defense of his fur was also very strong. 11 millionths of the origin of sword principle burst out. Chu Mu could still withstand it. Under the strong power, he performed the white horse sword technique. Chapter 2089. The 2 human sky prides fought the lesser sacred venerables of the demon clan. It was extremely intense. In the end, Chu Mu and Kong cooperated wholeheartedly and killed the wolf demon young lord. They also suffered some injuries, but Chu Mu's self-healing ability was not weak. He recovered quickly. Kong's self-healing ability was not as good as Chu Mu's, but he had an extremely effective healing pellet. After taking it, his injuries also recovered quickly. The death of the wolf demon was the result of Chu Mu and Kong's cooperation. However, Chu Mu's sword was the most important contribution. Therefore, the death of the wolf demon was counted as part of Chu Mu's mission. The mission of killing gods and demons was finally completed. As for the divine race, they still needed to kill 3 more. After killing the divine race and the divine race, Chu Mu naturally obtained a lot of spoils. The number of bronze-level slaughter runes had exceeded the 2,000 mark, and the number of bronze-level slaughter runes had increased as well. However, it was very likely that only the best slaughter runes would work. Therefore, the number of slaughter runes that Chu Mu could use was not much different from before. A good slaughter rune not only required more slaughter secret runes to condense, but also required a corresponding condensing method. Moreover, the higher the level of the slaughter rune, the higher the probability of failure. Once the slaughter rune failed, the slaughter secret runes would all collapse. Kong stared at Chu Mu. His eyes were as sharp as swords. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. This is not a suitable place for a battle, Kong said. Then he turned into a silver streamer and flew away. Human city, I will fight with you. When the last word was said, Kong had already disappeared without a trace. Kong. Chu Mu repeated the name. A smile flashed across his face. This was a peerless genius. He would be an excellent opponent. There are still 3 more divine race. After killing them, the mission of killing gods and demons will be completed. Chu Mu thought to himself. He kept the wolf demon spoils and continued to wander around the battlefield, looking for divine race to kill. In this battlefield, there were not only a large number of slaughter beasts, but also experts from various races. Killing was the only main theme. Chu Mu encountered the Vajra race with a tyrannical physique. Because he was a sword cultivator of the human race, both sides were only on guard against each other. Then he encountered the Beastman race. The Beastman race and the demon race's demonic beasts were somewhat similar. However, the Beastman race's eyes were more normal, black and white. Only when they were completely enraged would their eyes turn scarlet. On the other hand, the demon race's demonic beast's eyes were always blood red. If the Beastman race and demonic beast race were compared to water, the Beastman race would be clear water, and the demonic beast race would be muddy water. However, the demonic beast race was the demon race. They belonged to the second order of life. The beastman race and the human race belonged to the third order of life. Under normal circumstances, the beastman race was not as strong as the demonic beast race. The soldier race was a very strange race. They were different from the human race. They did not need to carry weapons because they themselves were weapons. Their arms, legs, and even their bodies could be freely transformed into weapons. They were very powerful. The Vajra race, the beastman race, the soldier race, and the human race were all large races in the Source realm. In addition, there were some smaller races. The various races formed an alliance called the Great Alliance of the Yuan realm. The Great Alliance of the Yuan realm was established to fight against the divine race and the demon race. Therefore, the various races in the alliance had fought against the divine race and the demon race many times. They had built a good relationship with each other. However, no matter how good the relationship was, they were not of the same race. It was inevitable that there would be conflicts and conspiracies between the same race, let alone between different races. On his way to hunt down the divine race, Chu Mu encountered the Vajra race, the beastman race, the soldier race, and other races that belonged to the Great Alliance of the Yuan realm. Some of these people only remained vigilant when they saw that Chu Mu was a human. However, some of them tried to hunt him down. In the end, they were naturally killed by Chu Mu. Their things became Chu Mu's spoils of war. In the massacre battlefield, Chu Mu's killing intent became purer and more intense. Once he displayed the sword of massacre, its power did not change, but the impact of the killing intent became several times stronger. The 8th divine race, elite, fell under Chu Mu's sword. Chu Mu increasingly felt the inadequacy of the Snow Knight sword. He planned to return to Human City to buy a supreme-grade spiritual sword after completing the mission. It is said that a long time ago, before the soldier race rose to prominence, they were hunted by other races. Their souls were cast into soldier spirits, and their bodies were cast into weapons. The combination of soldier spirits and weapons created powerful weapons with amazing power. They were called heavenly soldiers. However, ever since the Soldier Emperor, a peerless elite of the soldier race, appeared, he led the Tutsong army to massacre all the people and forces who dared to hunt down the soldier race. This intimidated the various races in the Yuan realm, allowing the soldier race to be protected and slowly developed. The number of elites increased, and they finally became a big race. All kinds of information about the soldier race flashed through Chu Mu's mind. If I can get a heavenly soldier, it will be better than a supreme-grade spiritual sword, Chu Mu thought. However, that was almost impossible. Every heavenly soldier represented the life of a powerful member of the soldier race. In the past, when the soldier race was still weak, it was not a big deal. But now, if someone dared to possess a heavenly soldier and the soldier race found out, the outcome would be terrible unless they were recognized by the soldier race. As for the heavenly soldier, Chu Mu only thought about it for a moment. After all, it was just a legend. It was more practical to buy a supreme-grade spiritual sword. A few days later, Chu Mu, who had experienced several dangers, killed the 9th divine race elite. More than a month had passed since he entered the massacre battlefield. The mission of leaving his name on the sword cliff was about to end. It was over, which meant that he would soon be able to get his reward. Not long after, Chu Mu encountered the 10th divine race elite. This expert from the divine race was different from the experts from the divine race they had met before. Although he was also wearing a divine armor, his divine armor seemed to be more exquisite. Moreover, the helmet did not cover his entire face. Almost half of his face was exposed. His silver eyes looked very noble. Celestial Star Azure Water. The demon race had 3 royal races. The divine race also had 3 royal races. There were the divine sun, divine moon, and divine star. As long as it was a royal race, their bloodline would definitely be extraordinary. Almost every one of them was a true genius. It was not difficult for them to challenge those of a higher realm. Godly Star Tsang Shui was a genius of the Godly Star royal family. He was at the 3rd level of the exceptional realm and could easily kill those at the 5th level of the exceptional realm. Once he used the slaughter runes, he could fight against little sacred masters. This was the first time he had entered the slaughter world and the first time he had entered the slaughter battlefield. However, more than 10 demons and humans had died under his sword. When Chumu met him, he also met Chumu. The moment he saw Chumu, Divine Star Tsang Shui flew over. However, when he discovered that Chumu was only at the 1st refinement, exceptional realm, he could not help but look down on him. After all, the human race was already inferior to the divine race. Furthermore, there was a huge gap in cultivation. He only needed one sword to kill Chumu. Divine Star Tsang Shui thought to himself. However, he was wrong. His sword missed, and a cold sword light came at him. The killing intent within it made his hair stand on end. Without any hesitation, Divine Star Tsang Shui activated the massacre rune. The rune light lit up. The massacre rune he had was a bronze level 4 massacre rune. There were a total of 2 runes. One was to strengthen the spiritual will, and the other was to strengthen the power of heaven and earth. The level 4 rune could strengthen the spiritual will by 40%. The divine race's martial arts mainly focused on the spiritual will and the power of heaven and earth. After strengthening each of them by 40%, Divine Star Tsang Shui's strength increased significantly. He reached the level of a lesser sacred master in an instant. He shattered Chumu's sword light and counterattacked. As a last resort, Chumu could only use the power of 4 runes. Fortunately, he had killed many foreign race powerhouses and obtained many spoils of war. There were runes among them. Although the highest was only level 3, it was still better than before. Under the activation of the 4 massacre runes, Chumu's strength increased significantly. Although the increase was not as great as Divine Star Tsang Shui's, it was not too far off. The duration of the runes was very limited. If he could not successfully kill his target, Divine Star Tsang Shui immediately injected the bronze level massacre runes into his 2 level 4 runes to replenish the consumption. He did this to extend the duration of the massacre rune's power. Chumu had no choice but to do what Divine Star Tsang Shui did. Once he lost the support of the massacre runes, his strength would decrease, and he would not be as strong as his opponent. Fight, fight, fight! Divine Star Tsang Shui's swordsmanship was very exquisite. Its power was shocking. His sword was very fast and had many variations. Chumu was not any weaker. In terms of swordsmanship, he even surpassed Divine Star Tsang Shui. The bronze level massacre runes were constantly being consumed. Fortunately, Chumu had accumulated a lot during this time. He had more than 2,000 runes. However, feeling the rapid consumption of the bronze level massacre runes, Chumu could not help but feel a little depressed. After fighting for half an hour, hundreds of bronze level massacre runes had been consumed. Shatter star! Suddenly, a star seemed to light up between God's star, Tsang Shui's eyebrows. It then shattered, turning into an extremely powerful force that filled God's star, Tsang Shui's spiritual world. It instantly strengthened his consciousness and strengthened his spiritual will. This was a secret technique. It was a talent secret technique of the Divine Star Royal family. Naturally, such a talent secret technique could not be used easily. However, at this moment, he could not kill this human without using it. Divine Star Tsang Shui was certain that this human must be a race-level genius. He was the kind of genius that could improve the living conditions of a race when he grew up. He had to kill him before he grew up. Otherwise, he would definitely become a huge problem for the Divine Star Tsang Shui in the future. In order to kill his opponent, he did not hesitate to use his talent secret technique. Under the Shatter Star, his spiritual will was strengthened by 50%, causing his strength to skyrocket again. He immediately suppressed Chumu. After a few strikes, Chumu was forced to retreat. He had no choice but to change his fighting style. Just as Chumu was suppressed and in danger, The mission to leave one's name on the sword cliff also ended. A beam of light directly tore through the red mist of the massacre battlefield and hit Chu-Mu. That was the reward. Chapter 2090. That radiance was blood-red in color. It was incomparably dense, pure and vast. It also carried with it shocking fluctuations of killing intent. More than half of the creatures in the battlefield could sense it and even see it. They were all incredibly shocked, thinking that some strange treasure had appeared in this world. They all rushed over. When the blood-red light fell like a meteor, celestial star Sangshui was shocked and quickly retreated. The wave of power and killing intent that it carried terrified him. Chu-Mu was unable to dodge because he was directly locked onto. It was as if he was shackled, unable to move at all. Fortunately, the blood-red light that carried a shocking wave of power and killing intent did not have any attacking power. After hitting Chu-Mu's body, it directly wrapped around Chu-Mu's body. In an instant, Chu-Mu knew what it was. A reward. This was the reward for leaving one's name on the sword cliff. Because Chu-Mu was first, his reward would be better. According to many people's speculations, the reward for leaving one's name on the sword cliff could be a rare growth-type rune. However, speculations were just speculations. Even if there was, it was not 100%. It was a very small probability. However, Chu-Mu encountered it. His reward was not only a rare growth-type rune, but also a rare rune that could derive attributes according to his will. When the attribute and the growth-type rune were combined, the rare rune would become even more precious. There was not much time for Chu-Mu to think. Therefore, Chu-Mu had to set the attributes of the killing rune reward in the shortest time possible. The information in the blood-red light let Chu-Mu know that the rare rune reward could only be set to 3 attributes at most: essence, energy, and spirit. Without hesitation, Chu-Mu directly set the 3 types of power required by the truth-seeking technique as the attributes of the reward rune: spiritual willpower, elemental energy, and physical strength. After the attributes were set, the next step was to name it. Yes, this rare rune that could be set attributes according to one's will could be named by oneself. It would become a unique killing rune. It was not that Chu-Mu did not set it to directly increase Dezhen power. After all, essence, energy, and spirit were the foundation. After being converted into Dezhen power by the truth-seeking technique, increasing essence, energy, and spirit would increase Dezhen power. However, increasing Dezhen power would not increase essence, energy, and spirit. Truth. Chu-Mu thought for a moment and directly gave this rare rune a name, because his truth-seeking technique was to cultivate the essence, qi, and spirit. Essence, qi, and spirit were to transform into great true power, and everything could not be separated from the truth. The truth was the Tao and was the true Tao. Giving this name could be considered as a kind of commemoration. A very special rune appeared in Chu-Mu's spiritual world. This rune was enveloped by a layer of golden red light and was almost perfect. Within the golden red color was a bronze color. In other words, the color of the rune itself was bronze. This was a bronze level, rank 1 slaughter rune. It was called the Truth Rune, and it was a custom-defined rare rune with the 3 attributes of essence, energy, and spirit. Ordinary runes usually had 1 attribute, while rare runes started to have 2 attributes. It could be said that most rare runes had 2 attributes, or a single attribute was extraordinary. Chu-Mu's truth runes were more special and rare than most of the rare runes. However, the current bronze-level rank 1 truth rune could only increase the strength of essence, energy, and spirit by 10%. But it did not matter, as this was a rune that could grow and it only needed bronze-level slaughter runes. Without hesitation, Chu-Mu immediately injected his bronze-level slaughter runes into the rune. To promote a rank 1 truth rune to rank 2, it required 500 bronze-level slaughter runes. This price was undoubtedly high, because an ordinary bronze-level slaughter rune did not require 50 bronze-level slaughter runes, and a rank 2 slaughter rune would only require 100 bronze-level slaughter runes. 500 bronze-level slaughter runes could promote a rank 1 truth rune to rank 2. But thinking about it, this was not the case. First of all, a truth rune was a rare rune that had 3 attributes. Secondly, a truth rune only occupied 1 rune position. Most cultivators could only master 1 slaughter rune at a time. The more powerful ones could master 2, 3, 4, or 5 slaughter runes, and so on. But even a genius who could master multiple slaughter runes would have to bear the burden brought by the slaughter runes. The more runes one had, the greater the burden would be. Usually it was nothing, but once one was seriously injured and so on, the burden brought by the slaughter runes could worsen one's injuries. Thus, the most ideal thing was to master as few slaughter runes as possible, but the ability of each slaughter rune was the most suitable. In any case, the truth rune would become one of the main runes Chu Mu would master in the future. A rank 2 truth rune could increase essence, energy, and spirit by 20%. Chu Mu continued to inject bronze slaughter runes. This time, it took Chu Mu 1,000 slaughter runes to upgrade the truth rune to rank 3. There are more than 500 bronze slaughter runes left. But to upgrade the truth rune from rank 3 to rank 4, he needed 2,000 bronze slaughter runes. It was not enough. Rank 3 was the current upper limit of the truth rune. The truth rune's rank 3 truth rune not only increased the amplification effect, but also extended the duration. Rank 1 truth rune could only last for 60 breaths, which was the upper limit of most truth runes. Rank 2 truth rune could last for 70 breaths, and rank 3 truth rune could last for 90 breaths. All the changes were completed in an instant, and the blood-red radiance disappeared. The truth rune had replaced the rune that could only increase essence and spirit. Chu Mu quickly activated the truth rune. The truth rune shone brightly, and power suddenly filled his body. Essence, energy, and spirit were all increased by 30%. With the 30% increase in essence, energy, and spirit, the power of the great true force cultivated by the truth-seeking technique was also greatly enhanced. Chu Mu's strength soared, and he could barely compete with a junior sacred master. However, such strength could only compete with his opponent, and was not enough to suppress or even kill him. Sword principle origin. 12 parts per million powerful energy filled his body. Originally, Chu Mu should have felt a great burden, but after the truth rune had increased his essence, energy, and spirit by 30%, his endurance had also increased significantly. Tao-seeking sword art, slaughter sword. The overbearing killing intent rushed out, and Xinqing Tsang Xue's expression changed slightly. The killing intent was condensed into a sword, and it was very shocking. After the killing intent rushed out, Chu Mu's sword style changed instantly. Tao-seeking sword art, dark blue world. The world descended and suppression. With the increase in strength, Chu Mu's dark blue world's power also increased a lot. Xinqing Tsang Xue was first hit by the killing intent, but he resisted it with his strong essence and spirit. However, the dark blue world's powerful suppression power still made his body tremble slightly. Tao-seeking sword art, shadow. This sword was not the fastest sword, but it was a silent sword. It was also the most powerful sword so far. The sword light turned into a shadow, and it shuttled through the gaps in space. It was very fast. The sword hit Xinqing Tsang Xue directly. Xinqing Tsang Xue reacted quickly, and at the same time he dodged, he counterattacked with his sword. Tao-seeking sword art started from the beginning. The first style of Tao-seeking sword art was also the weakest sword of Tao-seeking sword art. However, this sword had a kind of interference, and it would make people suddenly remember when they were still weak, even if it was only for a moment. The next sword, Tao-seeking sword art, heaven and earth in a line. White horse sword art, white horse crosses the rift. With the truth rune support, the sword principle origin exploded beyond the limit, and Chu Mu's strength reached a shocking level. In a situation where there was not much difference in strength, Chu Mu's sword technique immediately gained the upper hand. Xinqing Tsang Xue's sword of Xinqing Tsang Xue's powerful godly armor provided amazing defensive power, blocking Chu Mu's sword attack. The godly armor had always been something that the Shen people relied on. From the moment they started cultivating, the godly armor was compatible with them. As their cultivation increased, they would constantly absorb all kinds of precious materials and become stronger and stronger. Xinqing Tsang Xue was a genius of the Shan royal family. Other than being born with extraordinary talent, the resources he could get were naturally much better than ordinary Shan cultivators. Therefore, his godly armor was very powerful. Even when facing an ordinary lesser sacred master's attack, it could block part of the power. Chu Mu's sword pierced toward his face. There was a part of the godly armor here that was not covered by the godly armor, but Xinqing Tsang Xue's strength was not inferior to Chu Mu's. He dodged and counterattacked. If we continue fighting, I won't be able to kill him. Instead, I'll get hit, Xinqing Tsang Xue thought. Xinqing Tsang Xue thought. He was very unwilling to give up, but he knew how powerful this human genius was. If he was careless and got stabbed in the face, he would end up in a miserable state. He might even die on the spot. His innate skill, Shatterstar, could not be maintained for too long. Xinqing Tsang Xue made a prompt decision and attacked with his sword. The sword light shone brightly and shook in all directions. It affected Chu Mu's vision, so he quickly retreated. As Xinqing Tsang Xue intentionally retreated, he quickly disappeared from Chu Mu's sight. Chu Mu chased for a while and realized that he could not catch up with his speed, so he gave up. Chu Mu stopped the eruption of the sword Wei origin and stopped the activation of the runes. His aura dropped rapidly, and Chu Mu quickly retreated. I still need one more. He thought to himself. He could only recover his strength first, and then continue hunting the Shen people. This human must be a genius. I have to kill him, Xinqing Tsang Xue thought to himself. As a genius of the Shen people's royal family, he was born to enjoy more and better resources. But at the same time, he had to bear more and greater responsibilities. This had always been the philosophy and education of the Shen people. It had been passed down from generation to generation and had long been integrated into their bones and souls. If he could kill the human at that time, Xinqing Tsang Xue would have done so too. The problem was that he was not confident. He had already used all his means. Next, other than killing the last Shen people, I have to obtain as many bronze-level massacre runes as possible to raise the level of my truth runes, Chu Mu muttered to himself. He killed a massacre beast that attacked him. Chapter 2091. The battlefield of massacre was like a huge meat grinder. Once you entered it, you would either kill or be killed. Those who were able to survive for a period of time on the battlefield without dying would often receive obvious tempering. It was like the sharpening of a treasured sword. Under the same cultivation level, the strength they could display would be even more powerful. The battlefield of massacre was a place that made people tremble in fear. It was also a place to sharpen experts. In theory, anyone could take on the task of killing gods and demons. Naturally, there were many people who took on this task. Not only the human race, but also other races. Of course, the god race and demon race had different names for the task, but the nature was the same. It was just that only a small portion of people could complete this task. 3 months. From the time Chu Mu stepped into the battlefield of massacre to the time he walked out, it was a whole 3 months. This was a very shocking time. The vast majority of people who dared to enter the battlefield of massacre usually stayed for a dozen days before leaving. This was because the killing aura in the battlefield of massacre was too strong. It constantly attacked people's spiritual willpower. Although this could have a certain sharpening effect on people's spiritual willpower, if it stayed for too long, it was very likely to cause damage to people's spiritual willpower. The more powerful ones could last up to a month. Those who could last up to a month and a half undoubtedly had very strong spiritual willpower. Such people were often true geniuses and could often bear the burden of more killing runes. Being able to last for 2 months was already incredible, let alone 3 months. Ever since the appearance of the battlefield of slaughter, those who were able to last for more than 2 months were few and far between. Those who were able to last for more than 3 months, from ancient times until now, probably did not exceed 100. That was referring to all the races added together, not just a single human. There was no doubt that Chu Mu's spiritual willpower was strong. In addition, he could cultivate the truth-seeking technique. Therefore, he only began to feel the effects of the battlefield of massacre after 2 months. It was only after 2.5 months that he started to pay attention to it. After that, he persisted for another half a month before there was a slight sharpening effect. In fact, Chu Mu could have persisted for a longer time. However, he had already completed the task of killing gods and demons. He had also stayed in the battlefield of massacre for 3 months. He had to experience at least several battles every day. Such a long and high-intensity battle made Chu Mu feel tired. Therefore, he wanted to leave and return to Human City to rest for a while. He also wanted to use this time to cultivate and improve his cultivation. After all, his cultivation was still too low. This time, Chu Mu could be considered to have returned with a fruitful harvest. He did not know that his name, or rather, the name of Chu Wangting, had already spread throughout the entire Human City. Not only in Human City, but even in other cities of the Yuan Realm Grand Alliance, many people were looking for him. Their purpose was none other than to rope him in or covet the reward he received for being the first to leave his name on the Sword Cliff. As for the purpose of the God Clan and the Demon Clan, it was to kill him. However, although the name Chu Wangting was widely known, very few people knew what he looked like. Just as he stepped into the battlefield of massacre, Chu Mu passed by a small team. He heard the team's discussion. He's really bold to enter the battlefield of massacre alone. Maybe he's the only one left in the team. All right, be careful. Disaster comes from careless talk. Along the way back to Human City from the battlefield of massacre, Chu Mu chose a safer route. After all, he had been in high-intensity battles for 3 months in a row and was tired. Therefore, he did not want to fight anymore. He wanted to at least rest for a while. However, sometimes things did not go according to one's wishes. Therefore, there were struggles and battles. Be careful. Lin Meng, run. Hearing the familiar name, Chu Mu immediately turned his head. A few thousand meters to his left, a group of people was fighting with a massacre beast. A few thousand meters did not affect Chu Mu's vision at all. He could clearly see that one of the 5 people fighting the massacre beast was Lin Meng, the deacon of the Iron Tooth Gang, who had told him a lot of information when he first entered the massacre world. In any case, he owed Lin Meng a debt of gratitude. Chu Mu stopped and watched from afar. If Lin Meng was in danger, he would act immediately. A few thousand meters was no different from a few meters to Chu Mu. Lin Meng was not in the peerless realm, but in the 9th heaven of the eternal realm. However, he was only a deacon. From this, it could be seen that the Iron Tooth Gang was really weak. Apart from Lin Meng, the other 4 were all in the eternal realm. The slaughtering behemoth they were facing was a level 10 slaughtering behemoth, which was equivalent to the 3 dark star behemoths. The 5 people cooperated very well. Each of them exerted their strength to the maximum and combined their strength to fight against the rank 10 lower slaughtering beast. Their strength was enough to kill a dark star level battle force, but the strength of a low level rank 10 slaughter beast was still much stronger than a dark star level battle force. However, Chu Mu could see that Lin Meng and the other 4 would be able to kill the rank 10 lower slaughtering beast in a short while. Just as he was about to win, a sudden change occurred. Another slaughter behemoth approached. It was a mid-level slaughter behemoth. The terrifying momentum caused Lin Meng and the other 4 to turn pale. They were terrified and could not exert their full strength. The formation was in chaos. The level 10 lower slaughter behemoth was not affected. It swept its tail like a thick steel whip that could crack a mountain. Under this attack, Lin Meng and the other four had no way to dodge or defend. They were all going to die. The shadow of death loomed over them. Despair filled their bodies. In an instant, a beam of sword light pierced through the air. Under the sword light, the slaughtering behemoth's tail was cut off. The sword light did not stop there. It cut through the slaughtering behemoth's body, killing it instantly. Immediately after, the sword light did not disappear. Instead, it suddenly turned and slashed towards the approaching mid-level slaughtering behemoth. After killing the mid-level slaughtering behemoth, the sword light disappeared. Everything happened too fast. Ordinary Peerless Realm experts could not react in time, let alone Lin Meng and the other 4 Eternal Realm experts. Only after the 2 slaughter beasts had disappeared, leaving behind murderous patterns, did a gust of wind blow by. Only then did they realize what had happened and quickly turned around to take a look. Brother Chu. Lin Meng was stunned. Then he cried out in surprise. Chu Mu responded with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Chu, for saving us. Otherwise we would have died here," Lin Meng said. He grabbed the massacre secret inscriptions and walked over with the other 4. He handed the massacre secret inscriptions to Chu Mu. Chu Mu did not accept them. A few bronze massacre secret inscriptions were useless to him, let alone a few dark iron-level massacre secret inscriptions. "Brother Chu, where are you going?" Lin Meng did not know what to say, so he asked casually. "Back to the city," Chu Mu said. Lin Meng suddenly remembered that he did not know Chu Mu's name. He only knew that his surname was Chu. Yes, Chu Mu had only told him his surname and not his name. Otherwise, if Chu Mu had told him back then that he was called Chu Wangting, Lin Meng would probably have been shocked silly. The other 4 also expressed their gratitude to Chu Mu. "Why don't we follow Brother Chu back to the city?" Lin Meng suggested. It was always safer to have a powerhouse with them. Chu Mu did not reject the suggestion. "Brother Chu, something big has happened in the past few months. Have you heard about it?" Lin Meng asked on the way back to the city. "What is it?" Chu Mu had spent the past 3 months in the battlefield of massacre. He had practically been cut off from the rest of the world. Hence, he had no idea what Lin Meng was talking about. "You know of the Sword Cliff, Brother Chu, right?" Lin Meng looked very excited. A few months ago, the Massacre Shrine appeared and issued a batch of missions. One of the missions was to leave your name on the Sword Cliff. Once you complete the mission, you will receive a reward. The first person on the Sword Cliff is Chu Huangji. He has been on the Sword Cliff for 1,000 years. Countless geniuses have challenged him, but no one has been able to catch up with him, let alone surpass him. But this time, 2 people have surpassed Chu Huangji, causing him to fall from first to third. 2 people. Chu Mu expressed his shock because he didn't know who else had surpassed Chu Huangji aside from himself. The difficulty was something he had personally experienced and was extremely clear on. The second person is called Nia Kong. Lin Meng still looked very excited. Nia Kong. A silhouette flashed in Chu Mu's mind. So it was him. Indeed, Nia Kong was more talented than Yi Jingyan. It was not impossible for him to surpass Chu Huangji. "Brother Chu, do you know who the first person is?" Lin Meng's tone was even more excited. Promptly, without waiting for Chu Mu to speak, he spoke again. "Right now, the second place person's name on the Sword Cliff is only 3 inches higher than Senior Chu Emperor Ji. However, the first place person is a full 10 feet higher than Senior Chu Emperor Ji. Senior Chu Emperor Ji alone has suppressed countless geniuses for 1,000 years. Right now, many people are saying that the new first place person will suppress countless geniuses for 10,000 years. By the way, the new first person is also surnamed Chu. His name is Chu Wangting." Chu Mu nodded. He didn't look very excited or surprised. He had no choice. After all, he was the person involved. "That Chu Wangting, I think he's a descendant of Chu Huangji." said someone suddenly. Chu Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. Since when did he have a relationship with Chu Huangji, a descendant of Chu Huangji? This kind of news could be heard everywhere. Both of them had the surname Chu, but Chu Mu obviously didn't know how the others could make such a big deal out of it. I have my reasons for saying that. You see, both of them have the surname Chu. One is called Huangji, the other is called Wang Ting. How similar are they? Chu Mu almost covered his face. Chapter 2092. With Chu Mu's company, the group of 6 arrived at Human City safely. Brother Chu, come to our Iron Teeth gang. Lin Meng invited him. The other 4 were also tempted. Chu Mu's strength was far beyond his cultivation. If they could recruit such a person, or even let him join the Iron Teeth gang, it would be good for the gang. Lin Meng saved Lin Meng's life. Saving Lin Meng was firstly because they were both humans, and secondly to repay a favor. As for the Iron Tooth gang, Chu Mu didn't plan on getting involved with them. This wasn't because Chu Mu was arrogant and looked down on the Iron Tooth gang. Instead, it was because he didn't plan on joining any faction. However, if he stayed in the slaughter world, being recruited by factions was bound to happen. Perhaps if he refused, he would be hated. If his relationship with the Iron Tooth gang was too good, it may bring unnecessary trouble to the Iron Tooth gang. Do you know where to buy good swords? Chu Mu asked. Brother Chu, if you want to buy swords, go to the Sword Cauldron Pavilion. Lin Meng said, the Sword Cauldron Pavilion is the biggest and best sword trading place in Human City. It is said that it can be found in other worlds besides the slaughter world. Lin Meng was born and raised in the slaughter world, so he did not know much about the outside world. It was very difficult for someone who was born and raised in the slaughter world to leave. Sword Cauldron Pavilion. Chu Mu nodded. After asking about the location of the Sword Cauldron Pavilion, he said goodbye to Lin Meng and the others. By the way, Brother Chu, I still don't know your name. Lin Meng looked at Chu Mu's back and asked subconsciously, Wang Ting. Lin Meng only got 2 words in response. Imperial Court? The few of them were at a loss. Isn't your surname Chu? Why is your surname Wang Ting? One of them said stupidly. Immediately, Lin Meng's face changed. He was so excited that his blood rushed to his head. He looked like a cooked prawn. His whole body was trembling, and he did not know where to put his hands. Lin Meng, what's wrong with you? A person beside him noticed and asked with concern. I'm fine. Lin Meng stuttered. He was still very excited. Surname Chu. Royal Court. Could it be the Chu Royal Court? Shouted one of the people who had been pondering. The others were startled. Their faces were filled with shock and their bodies were trembling with excitement. They were walking with the champion of the Sword Cliff, a peerless genius. Chu Mu knew how shocked Lin Meng and the others would be when they found out about his identity. As for his identity being exposed, he didn't care. Even if he didn't say anything, people would find out sooner or later. The Human City was very big. It could be divided into east, west, north, south, and center. The Sword Tripod Pavilion was located in the west of the city and was in charge of killing. Chu Mu's footsteps were very fast. 2 hours later, he arrived at the entrance of the Sword Cauldron Pavilion. The structure of the Sword Cauldron Pavilion was very unique. It seemed to be made up of countless swords. A huge cauldron was pressing down on the ground. It was as stable as an immemorial mountain. It also had the sharpness of a sword and the dominance of a king. Just this structure made Chu Mu's eyes light up. He was looking forward to it. The interior of the Sword Cauldron Pavilion was decorated in an antique style. It was neither too bright nor too dark. However, it was very pleasing to the eye. Chu Mu could tell at a glance that the designer of the Sword Cauldron Pavilion must be a grandmaster with profound attainments in this field. Welcome to the Sword Cauldron Pavilion. I'm swordsman Shao Qing. Immediately, a beautiful young lady in a swordswoman's dress walked over. She bowed and looked at Chu Mu with a smile. I want to sell some demonic armors. Will the Sword Cauldron Pavilion accept them? Chu Mu asked. Demonic armors. Swordsman Xiao Qing was shocked when she heard that. However, her professionalism made her calm down quickly. However, her heart was still in turmoil. Demonic armors were the weapons of the Devil Clan. Divine armors were the armors of the Divine Clan. No matter which one it was very difficult to obtain them. It was either in the territory of the Divine Clan or the Devil Clan or in the battlefield. No matter which one it was very dangerous. Yes, Xiao Qing said in a very certain tone. Esteemed guest, please follow me. Xiao Qing was only a swordsman attendant of the Sword Cauldron Pavilion. She was a receptionist and did not have the right to buy or sell directly. However, she could obtain some performance rewards from it. Soon, Chu Mu was brought to the second floor. Elder Zhang, this esteemed guest wants to sell demonic armors, Xiao Qing said to an old man with a white beard. Demonic armors. Elder Zhang also looked at Chu Mu in shock. The Sword Cauldron Pavilion accepts them and will give a fair price. How many demonic armors do you want to sell? 12 demonic armors and 10 divine armors, Chu Mu said. The number immediately caused Elder Zhang and Xiao Qing's expressions to change drastically. They were very shocked. In theory, 12 demonic armors represented 12 demon race experts. 10 divine armors also represented 10 divine race experts. A sword cultivator who was only at the first refinement of the exceptional realm was actually able to kill 12 devils and 10 gods. This was undoubtedly very shocking because no matter if it was the devils or the gods, they were naturally more outstanding and stronger than the humans. Moreover, in the slaughter world, the only places that could kill gods and devils, other than their own territories, were the slaughterhouses. The latter was most likely the case. However, cultivators who entered the massacre battlefield had to be at least at the exceptional realm. Otherwise, they would be courting death. It should be the harvest of a powerful team. They asked him to come and deal with it. Elder Zhang thought to himself. This explanation was more plausible. Chu Mu took out the demonic armors and handed them to Elder Zhang. There were also divine race swords and so on. Esteemed guest, my final price for these demonic armors and divine race swords is 8,000 bronze grade massacre secret patterns, Elder Zhang said with a smile. All right. Chu Mu agreed. After all, these demonic armors and divine armors were useless to him. The price of 8,000 bronze grade massacre secret patterns was reasonable, so he sold them. I heard that the Sword Cauldron Pavilion swords are the best in Human City. I want to buy one, Chu Mu said. Of course. Our Sword Cauldron Pavilion swords are not only the best in the Massacre Realm's mortal city, they are also the best in the Origin Realm. Elder Zhang said with a smile, May I know what grade of sword you wish to purchase? Do you have any specific requirements? Spiritual sword, the best spiritual sword. Chu Mu said and directly stated his requirements. It's best if it's a spiritual sword that's tough and sharp enough. It would be even better if it can increase strength and speed. The stronger the spiritual sword, the more special its abilities. For example, some spiritual swords could increase the speed of the attack, while others could increase the strength of the attack. The increase in strength and speed was a relatively common increase. Sharpness was also a relatively common ability. Some special abilities, such as blood-sucking or weakening the opponent, were rare and extremely precious. However, most of the spiritual swords only had one ability. It was rare to have two abilities at the same time. It was rare to have three abilities. After hearing Chu Mu's words, Elder Zhang was silent for a while. Esteemed guest, the Sword Cauldron Pavilion does have the spiritual sword you requested, Elder Zhang said slowly. However, our Sword Cauldron Pavilion has its own rules. If you want to get the best spiritual sword, you can't buy it. Then how do I get it? Chu Mu asked. Esteemed guest, are you sure you want to try? Elder Zhang didn't say it out loud, but asked in return. Why not? Chu Mu's tone was indifferent, but it revealed a kind of sharpness. In that case, please follow me, Elder Zhang said. He got up and led Chu Mu to a higher floor. Swordsman Shao Qing was not qualified to do so. When they arrived at the last floor of the Sword Cauldron Pavilion, Chu Mu saw that there were sword racks all around. Some sword racks had swords on them, while others were empty. However, under the empty sword racks, in addition to the name of the sword, there was also a person's name. The swords here are all the best swords in our Sword Cauldron Pavilion. They are unique and can be called legendary works. Elder Zhang's tone was full of pride and pride. Look, everyone who took the famed sword from here will leave their names here. Elder Zhang pointed to the empty sword racks and said, similarly, if you want to take a sword here, you have to leave your name under the sword racks. This is a test and choice of the sword itself. Outstanding sword cultivators choose swords, and outstanding swords will also choose sword cultivators. At the end, Elder Zhang added a sentence. In fact, not everyone could come here. The reason why Elder Zhang brought Chu Mu, a peerless sword cultivator at the initial stage of the first refinement, here was driven by intuition and curiosity. After all, Chu Mu had brought many demonic weapons and divine armors. It was a good deal that made him very happy. Chu Mu looked carefully and suddenly saw a name under an empty sword rack. Chu Huangji. The sword that Chu Huangji had obtained was called King's Sword. King's Sword and Emperor's Sword complemented each other. Elder Zhang, which sword do I want? Chu Mu asked. Esteemed guest, take a look. Elder Zhang didn't point it out. Instead, he said with a smile. This was a test for Chu Mu. Chu Mu smiled and didn't refuse. After a glance, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. Any spiritual sword would have its own spirituality. The higher the level of the spiritual sword, the stronger the spirituality. For example, the spirituality of a low-grade spiritual sword was generally inferior to that of a middle-grade spiritual sword, and the spirituality of a middle-grade spiritual sword was generally inferior to that of a high-grade spiritual sword, and a high-grade spiritual sword was inferior to that of a supreme-grade spiritual sword. However, there were some spiritual swords that were more special. When they were low-grade, their spirituality was comparable to that of a middle-grade spiritual sword. When such spiritual swords grew up, they would often become even more powerful. They were qualified to become the top spiritual sword and become a famous sword that was passed down through the ages. In the Deep Blue world and the Ancient God world, spiritual swords often had to be nurtured by themselves to reach their best state. However, in the Source realm, this situation had already surpassed this. After all, most of the time the speed of nurturing a spiritual sword was very slow and it took a long time. Therefore, there would always be some special methods to replace it. Furthermore, the effects wouldn't be reduced at all. With his excellent sword skills, Chu Mu carefully sensed every spiritual sword here and found the one that was most suitable for him. Chapter 2093. Chu Mu's swordsmanship had reached the heaven realm. This was a height that countless sword cultivators could not reach in their entire lives. He carefully sensed the famed swords around him. Every famed sword had its own aura. Elder Zhang did not say anything. Instead, he watched from the side. This was not a test of the sword, but a small test for him. If the other party could not tell, he would be disappointed. He would judge that the other party was not qualified to obtain the famed swords here. Not long after, Chu Mu found 3 famed swords that were suitable for him with his superb swordsmanship realm. However, he could only obtain one. This was the rule of the Sword Cauldron Pavilion. Chu Mu wanted to choose one of the 3 famed swords. In order to make a more accurate choice, Chu Mu slightly mobilized a trace of the power of the sword Dao origin. The sword Dao origin was a power that only sword cultivators possessed. It had an astonishing perception of the sword. After carefully sensing and comparing, Chu Mu finally chose one of the 3 famed swords. He opened his eyes and locked onto the famed sword with a flash of light. Elder Zhang, I choose that sword, Death Li, Chu Mu said. Death Li. Elder Zhang's expression was surprised. He seemed to be surprised by Chu Mu's choice of sword. "I thought you would choose the inheritance, Overlord Sword." Chu Mu looked at the inheritance, Overlord Sword. It was one of the 3 swords he had chosen earlier. "The inheritance, Overlord Sword, is indeed very good, but I feel that Death Li is more suitable for me." Chu Mu smiled and said, "If I can choose too, I want the inheritance, Overlord Sword too." "Haha, the rules of the Sword Cauldron Pavilion cannot be broken." Elder Zhang smiled and said, "Since you have chosen the Death Li, then please engrave your name under the sword frame of the Death Li." Engraving one's name was somewhat similar to leaving one's name on the sword cliff. However, this was a test of the sword itself. It tested the sword cultivator's swordsmanship realm, swordsmanship attainment, swordsmanship mastery level, and other aspects. An outstanding sword cultivator would choose a sword that was suitable for him, and an outstanding sword would also choose a sword cultivator that was suitable for him. This was a process that complemented each other. Only by choosing the right sword would he be able to bring out the best of what he had learned. Only by choosing the right swordsman would he be able to bring out his abilities to the fullest. Chu Mu walked in front of the Li Perishing Sword and raised his right hand. Although there was no difference between using his right hand and his left hand, he was still used to using his right hand. He pointed his finger out like a sword. With a bit of Sword Dao origin, Chu Mu used his Heaven Realm Sword Technique realm to fuse with his own Sword Dao style and slashed at the empty space under the Li Perishing Sword's sword frame. As soon as he made his move, Chu Mu felt an extremely strong resistance. This resistance came from the Li Perishing Sword. This resistance could be forcefully broken through with a strong force, but it would not be recognized by the Li Perishing Sword. Under the aura of Chu Mu's Sword Dao quintessence, the resistance rippled and rapidly weakened. After all, this was the supreme power of a Sword Dao sovereign. No matter how powerful the Li Perishing Sword was, it was only at the level of a spiritual sword. With the resistance gone, Chu Mu's finger easily touched the empty space on the sword frame and began to write. On the path of calligraphy, Chu Mu had put in a bit of effort. With his shocking comprehension and high realm, as well as his extreme control over his own strength, it wasn't difficult for him to write good words. The first character was written under Chu Mu's finger. Chu, Chu. Old Zhang had been watching. When he saw the first character, his heart trembled slightly. Immediately, the second character appeared under Chu Mu's finger. King Chu. Old Zhang frowned slightly as he watched Chu Mu continue to write. He knew that there was a third character in the name. Could it be? Old Zhang's eyes involuntarily widened because he thought of a name. He could not suppress the excitement in his heart. Court. When he heard the last word, Old Zhang seemed to have been struck by lightning. His entire body trembled and stiffened. The trembling in his heart was indescribable. It was like a stormy sea. King Chu Court. First place in the Sword Cliff, 10 feet higher than Emperor Chu. Old Zhang had never thought that the person who came to the Sword Cauldron Pavilion to ask for a sword would be him. The Sword Cauldron Pavilion was indeed the biggest place to buy and sell swords and treasures in Human City. However, if a person like Emperor Chu left his name, it would be a very honorable thing. It was also an honor to give the famous sword of the Sword Cauldron Pavilion to such a person. King Chu Court. The 3 characters fell on the sword frame, penetrating the wood and threatening. In the next moment, the Li's Perishing Sword on the sword frame automatically flew up and shot towards Chu Mu like a swallow returning to its nest. Chu Mu grasped the hilt of the Li's Perishing Sword with his right hand and looked at it carefully. The length of the Li's Perishing Sword was about 1 meter. With Chu Mu's height, it was just right. The sword body near the guard was the widest, about the width of 2 fingers. The closer to the end, it slowly shrank toward the center. The lines were very beautiful. The tip of the sword extended and shrank, looking very sharp and cold. The thickness of the sword body was also the thickest at the guard, about half a finger. It also became thinner toward the end. When it reached the tip of the sword, it was like a thin piece of paper. However, this thinness did not affect the hardness and toughness of the sword. The spine of the Lee's perishing sword was blood red. The blade had irregular lines that radiated cold light. They were like waves and feathers, intermittent. Chu Mu's finger gently brushed across the body of the Lee's perishing sword. He felt the coldness of the sword and a childlike spirituality. He was very excited. The Lee's perishing sword recognized a master. It recognized Chu Mu as its master. After recognizing a master, Chu Mu clearly understood the abilities of the Lee's perishing sword. The first ability was tenacity. Tenacity could make a sword harder. When attacking or killing a target, it was less likely to be damaged. However, purely pursuing hardness would make the sword brittle. Therefore, tenacity was also very necessary. Tenacity was the combination of extreme hardness and extreme toughness. The second ability was extreme edge. The so-called extreme edge meant extreme sharpness. This had always been Chu Mu's favorite ability. The amazing sharpness could better penetrate the defense of the target and cause more damage to the target. The third ability was armor break. This ability was aimed at soft and hard armor. It could better break the defense of the armor. When combined with extreme edge, it was even more powerful. The fourth ability was tear. This ability, as the name implied, could tear the target. The combination of extreme edge, armor break, and tear made the lethality of the Lee's perishing sword reach the extreme. The fifth ability was rapid speed. Chu Mu's sword had always pursued speed and power. Speed was indispensable, especially now that he had the line of heaven and earth sword style and the white horse sword technique. It was necessary to increase the speed of the sword. Therefore, this ability was very useful. Yes, the Lee's perishing sword had a total of 5 abilities. It was one of the best spiritual swords with the most abilities among all the famous swords in the Sword Cauldron Pavilion. Among them, the Overlord sword also had 5 abilities. Unlike the Lee's perishing sword, one of the abilities of the Overlord sword was heavy pressure. This ability was very suitable for the dark blue world. Unfortunately, he could only choose one of the famous swords in the Sword Cauldron Pavilion. Otherwise, Chu Mu planned to take both. A spiritual sword with 5 abilities was undoubtedly very rare. Its value was not something that Chu Mu could afford now. Fortunately, the rules of the Sword Cauldron Pavilion were like this. If he wanted this kind of legendary sword, he had to accept the challenge. If he passed the challenge, he was qualified to get it. He did not need to pay any fee. As a result, Chu Mu got the Lee's perishing sword. The ability of this sword was many times better than the Snow Knight sword. After all, although the Snow Knight sword was an upper-grade spiritual sword, its ability was only sharpness. It was not as sharp as the Lee's perishing sword. Maybe I can use the sword principle origin to refine the Lee's perishing sword, Chu Mu thought. He had never used the sword principle origin to refine the Snow Knight sword because he thought that the Snow Knight sword did not have the potential. However, the Lee's perishing sword was different. Perhaps it was not as good as an Emperor-level sword, but the 5 abilities it had were very amazing. They were all what Chu Mu needed. The number and strength of a sword's abilities were not directly related to its level. Congratulations on getting the Lee's perishing sword. This is the best spiritual sword in our Sword Cauldron Pavilion. Elder Zhang smiled. His attitude was obviously much better than before because he already knew Chu Mu's identity. Chu Wangting. These 3 words represented unlimited potential and the existence of countless geniuses as long as he did not die in the future. Thank you, Elder Zhang. Thank you, Sword Cauldron Pavilion. Chu Mu smiled. He was very satisfied with the Lee's perishing sword. This Lee's perishing sword could at least increase his attack power by 30%. In other words, if he used the Slaughter Rune and the Lee's perishing sword, he could now fight with an ordinary lesser sacred master. Esteemed guest, This is the Supreme Sword Cauldron token of our Sword Cauldron Pavilion. Only those who have made special contributions to the Sword Cauldron Pavilion are qualified to get it. Elder Zhang took out a token with a special appearance. It was like a miniature version of the Sword Cauldron Pavilion. The Supreme Sword Cauldron token can not only be used in the Slaughter World. Outside of the Slaughter World, as long as the Sword Cauldron Pavilion is located, you can use it. It has extremely high authority. Elder Zhang explained the use of the Supreme Sword Cauldron token. Chumu was very surprised. However, he did not decline and directly accepted it. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. After getting rid of the demonic divine armor and obtaining a very satisfactory famed sword, it had obviously increased his strength. The harvest of this trip was not small. Next, Chumu naturally wanted to increase his cultivation and increase his strength to complete the third mission, which was to enter the human city's slaughter roll within 10 years. Almost half a year had passed of the 10-year mission. There were still 9 years left. However, the people on the slaughter roll in human city all had the strength of a greater sacred master. In other words, if Chumu wanted to enter the slaughter roll in human city, he first had to have the strength of a greater sacred master. Otherwise, it was simply wishful thinking. Moreover, even if he had the strength of a greater sacred master, he might not be able to successfully enter the slaughter roll in human city. This was because there were many greater sacred masters in the slaughter world. However, there were less than 1,000 who could enter the slaughter roll in human city. Chapter 2094. Walking out of the Sword Cauldron Pavilion, the streets were bustling with people. The Truth Rune has reached the 3rd stage. If I want to raise it to the 4th stage, I will need to consume 2,000 bronze rank slaughter secret runes. Raising it to the 5th stage will require 4,000 slaughter secret runes. I currently have over 8,000 bronze rank slaughter secret runes, which is more than enough to raise the Truth Rune to the 5th stage. Moreover, I still have some left. The remaining 2,000 slaughter secret runes can be temporarily used to replenish the power of the Truth Rune. Chumu walked on the street and thought to himself as he followed the flow of people. Once the Truth Rune was upgraded to the 5th level, it could increase one's essence, chi, and soul by 50%. Combined with Chumu's great true force, his strength would become even more powerful. However, essence, chi, and soul were the foundation. The battle between exceptional realm experts was mainly based on the laws. Chumu mainly used the sword principle origin and the great true force as a supplement. Therefore, although the increase of the great true force would increase his strength by quite a bit, it could not increase Chumu's strength by leaps and bounds. However, overall it was still pretty good. Once the Truth Rune is upgraded to the 5th level, combined with the new rune of the 5th level and with the Li Perishing Sword, my strength will not be inferior to an expert of the lesser sacred master level. Chumu thought to himself. The gap between the 5th refinement and the lesser sacred master level was huge. It would not be easy to bridge this gap. However, following this, Chumu had to raise his cultivation. Previously, he had already reached his limit after raising his cultivation. Now that he had left his name on the sword cliff and experienced the battlefield of slaughter, his potential had been unlocked again. He could raise his cultivation even faster. His current goal was to find a suitable place to cultivate in seclusion. There was naturally such a place in human city, as long as one paid a sufficient price. As he walked, the crowd in front of him suddenly parted to the left and right. A group of people in blood-red clothes quickly walked from the front. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Chumu. "Are you the genius of the Chu royal court?" The person cupped his fists in front of Chumu and continued, "I am the deacon of the Tu sect. Under the orders of the sect leader, I am here to invite Chumu to be a guest of the Tu sect." Slaughter sect was the second most powerful force among the thousands of forces in human city, second only to Elysium. If Chumu wanted to join any force, a force like the Slaughter sect would naturally be a very good choice. Before Chu Mu could reply, a few more people arrived. Stand aside, Tu Zong. Come to Heaven Gate. Chu Tianjiao, we are the attendants of Heaven Gate. We are here to invite Chu Tianjiao to join Heaven Gate. This was a group of people wearing white robes with golden edges. They were extremely arrogant. Elysium, the #1 force in Human City, they had the right to be proud. Although the Elysium Gate is strong, our Yuan clan is not weak either. The third group of people appeared. They were all dressed in black. The leader smiled and looked at Chu Mu. He clasped his hands and said politely, Chu Mu, we are the disciples of the Yuan clan. I am an elder of the Yuan clan. Originally, the clan leader wanted to come personally, but he was delayed by some matters. Therefore, I, as an elder, can only bring a group of disciples to invite you to our Yuan clan as a guest. Everyone around was stunned. Yuan clan, Slaughter sect, and Heaven Gate. These were the three most powerful forces in Human City. Normally, it was difficult to see their disciples, let alone their attendants and elders. It should be known that these three forces were powerful forces with sovereign realm experts. They were many times stronger than the fourth-ranked force. Many people had racked their brains to get in, but were rejected at the door. However, this time, the three forces had come for one person. Wait, Chu Tianjiao? Was that a name? No, it was not a name, but a form of address. When a genius reached an astonishing level, he would be called a Heaven's Chosen. Surnamed Chu, and also called a Heaven's Chosen. Many people immediately knew Chu Mu's identity when they thought of the first sentence that the Slaughter Sect's people had said. The first person to leave his name on the Sword Cliff. 1 foot higher than Chu Huangji, Chu Wangting. In recent months, his name had been spread like wildfire. Only a few people knew who this mysterious person was. He had finally appeared in Human City in front of everyone. That kind of excitement was indescribable. More and more people were watching. The three forces and the new Heavens chosen of the human race were all very eye-catching, especially when the two were together. They were all waiting to see how Chu Mu would choose. An invitation from such a big force was very respectful, but if he refused, it was very likely that he would offend them to a certain extent. Chu Wangting, I want to buy the reward rune you got from the task of leaving your name on the Sword Cliff. How much is it? You can name it. An unexpected voice interrupted. It was a young man in green. His aura was like rippling water. At first glance, it was obvious that he was extraordinary. Si Yufeng, a genius of the 100 Heavens Alliance. When the young man in green appeared, someone immediately recognized his identity. This person has already left his name on the Sword Cliff, so he didn't get any reward this time. Si Yufeng. When this name was mentioned, Chu Mu felt that it was a little familiar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that it was the name he saw on the Sword Cliff, ranked 9th. In other words, in terms of talent, this Si Yufeng was even better than Mirror Mirror Yi Jingyan. With such talent, Si Yufeng naturally had the right to be proud. However, he felt very unhappy. Originally, he was ranked 9th on the Sword Cliff. Although he did not obtain it during the mission and did not receive the mission reward, there were two people who had suppressed him during this mission. One was Nia Kong and the other was Chu Wangting. Suppressing them was actually indirect. But no matter what, he was originally ranked 9th. But because of these two people, he fell to 11th, falling out of the top 10. Cultivation in the world was about strength, power, immortality, and fame. Even many rulers couldn't see through fame and fortune, let alone a peerless cultivator like Si Yufeng. Therefore, Si Yufeng bore a grudge against Nia Kong and Chu Wangting, but at the same time he coveted the rare slaughter runes that they had obtained. Now that he knew that Chu Wangting had appeared on the streets of the Human City, Si Yufeng immediately rushed over and opened his mouth to buy Chu Mu's rare runes. This was undoubtedly a provocation. You can't afford it. Chu Mu glanced at Si Yufeng and said unhurriedly, So you don't want to sell it? Si Yufeng's eyes flashed and his tone became cold. The 100 Heavens Alliance was an alliance formed by the geniuses of the outside world. It meant that it was an alliance of 100 geniuses. Of course, there were geniuses, but there weren't that many. It was just a name. Si Yufeng could barely be regarded as a Heaven's Pride level genius. However, there was still some gap between him and a true Heaven's Pride level genius. However, his status in the 100 Heavens Alliance was quite high. After all, there were only a few true geniuses in the 100 Heavens Alliance. The geniuses in the 100 Heavens Alliance were quite united. If he made an enemy of one of them, it meant that he might make an enemy of all the geniuses in the 100 Heavens Alliance. This wasn't a wise choice. However, Chumu wouldn't hesitate to retreat because of this. You can't afford it. Chumu repeated again. Then he looked at the people from the Tianmen, Tu sect, and Yuan clan. Thank you for thinking highly of me. However, I have something to do now, so I won't disturb you. After speaking, Chumu walked past the crowd and continued forward. A figure flashed in front of him, and Si Yufeng blocked his path. I want to fight with you, Si Yufeng said coldly. His eyes were as sharp as swords, directly piercing Chumu's eyes. If you lose, give me the reward of leaving your name on the sword cliff. Chumu couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. No. The first person to leave his name on the sword cliff, the peerless genius who suppressed Chu Huangji, actually doesn't dare to fight with me. If this gets out, you'll be the biggest joke. Si Yufeng sneered and mocked. Do you plan to challenge me, who is in the first refinement, with your third refinement of the exceptional realm? Chumu asked. Indeed, Si Yufeng was in the third refinement of the exceptional realm. His talent was outstanding, and he could be called a quasi-prodigy. He was very powerful, and had once defeated a lesser saint. Chu Wangting was indeed a prodigy, but prodigies represented talent and potential and not direct strength. In a situation where there was an obvious gap in cultivation, such a challenge became somewhat unreasonable. Or, do you plan to suppress your cultivation to the same level as mine before fighting with me? Chumu asked again. Si Yufeng's expression became a little ugly. He was a conceited person. It was impossible for him to put down his pride and fight with Chumu, who was in the first refinement of the exceptional realm. Even if he won, it wouldn't be something to be proud of. However, he couldn't agree to suppress his cultivation to the same level as Chumu because it was very likely that he would lose. Do you plan to wait for the secret guardian of slaughter to come? Chumu asked again. Si Yufeng's expression became gloomy again. He glared at Chumu and retreated unwillingly. If he continued to obstruct Chumu, Chumu would definitely be qualified to be protected by the secret guardian of slaughter in the city. Si Yufeng now had this qualification. After Si Yufeng retreated, the people of Tianmen, Slaughter Sect, and Yuan clan didn't dare to forcefully stop Chumu. They could only watch Chumu leave. The reason why he didn't accept Si Yufeng's challenge was that he wasn't confident in defeating him. After all, Si Yufeng had left his name on the sword cliff. His talent was outstanding, and with his third refinement of the exceptional realm, his strength was at least at the level of a little sacred master. Secondly, Chumu planned to cultivate in seclusion as soon as possible. He wanted to increase his cultivation as soon as possible to increase his strength and reach the level of a half-step great sovereign. Only then would he be able to complete the mission of the massacre ranking in Human City. 10 years seemed very long, but it was actually very short. Moreover, while he was improving, others wouldn't stay the same. Only by improving at a faster speed could he surpass others. After Chumu left, the people of Tianmen, Slaughter Sect, and Yuan clan also left. The crowd dispersed spontaneously. However, what happened today would spread throughout Human City in a very short time.